Hey, it's me, Puppet DM, and I'm here to tell you all about the sponsors we have here at the Wandering Society. We're sponsored here by Mage Hand Press, makers of a bunch of 5th edition supplements, like the Book of Kobold or their series of new classes. And don't forget, Arcmada, the amazing sci-fi fantasy campaign setting for the world's greatest role-playing game. Be sure to check them out at store.mageandpress.com. Up next, we have Roll20. It's the platform we use here at the Wandering Society to play all of our games. It's easy to use, intuitive, and it now comes with dark mode. Be sure to check them out at roll20.net. We're also sponsored by R. Talsorian Games. R. Talsorian Games make great RPGs, and they've been doing so since the early 90s. Check their books. They've got Cyberpunk Red, which Simon tells me has been played here extensively, Castle Falkenstein, which also has been played here, and The Witcher, which has also been. Okay, we get it! Check them out at your FLGS or online at rtalsoriangames.com. Have you ever wanted to wake up and smell the coffee? Well, now you can with this next sponsor, Found Familiar. Get yourself some damn good coffee at foundfamiliar.com and use the code on the screen to get 15% off. What do you mean I can't drink coffee? What the fuck is felt? And we couldn't end this segment without talking about our good friends at Die Hard Dice. That's right. As a Dice affiliate, we are proud to partner with Die Hard Dice to bring you only the best in shiny click-clacks. Click-clacks? What is... Ow. You can check their ever-growing collection over at dieharddice.com and use the link below to get 15% off. You're putting this all on me? I better get a cut.
Hello everyone. OBS decided to fuck up everything, so let's do that again. Because everybody else would have been silent as well. Success. Life and unlife is but a series of small successes. Unlike tonight, where everything decided to be a huge pile of failure. For the kindred, whose mistakes bring them closer to the dreaded white, the soulless husk of who they once were, success may be the only thing that staves off their inevitable doom. So they will take it when it comes, whatever form it may take. It might be a successful blood ritual, the bonding of a mortal servant, the utter humiliation of an opponent in Elysia, or finding out who's the little fucker behind those... Wow, I messed it up. Or finding out who's the little fucker behind all those Masquerade breaches. I should have titled tonight Failure. But I'm Simon, at Wondering DM. I'll be your storyteller for tonight. Now, let's continue on with our story, shall we? Let's see if our players are muted. Let's start with a round of introduction right away with the person right above me on the overlay, and I'll do the rest of the spiel after because I might have to do some tech setup in the meantime. Hi Trooper, who are you? Who are you playing? You're doing it on purpose.
I am. I'm Trooper. I'm Trooper SJP. Happy Halloween, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I am playing Lucky, who is a Bruja and is happy-go-lucky and is feeling pretty good about his unlife because he failed that humanity check and has no remorse whatsoever. All good times. All good times. He also, for those of you who don't know, especially those who play the old vampire, he currently has it's part of that whole taking lots of stains. He has a current aggravated damage of his willpower, which makes it harder for him to resist other things. And that cannot be healed unless you make progress towards your large ambition. And so that's one of those things that happens like once every many sessions. And so, you know,
it's one of those large successes that the intro didn't account for, because those are few and far between. Mm-hmm. And left on a previous draft of mine. Up next, we have Deirdre. Hi, how are you? Who are you playing?
Hi, everybody. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Thank you for being here. I get to play the wonderful, fabulous Florica Winters. Hashtag not the Ravnos' fault. She has a plan, goddammit, and it's not involved just randomly walking up onto a Sabbat, stronghold and doing nothing. But we'll figure it out. It'll be fine. And she's here to do a murder. It'll be fine. But if you want to listen along with me, I'm going to post her playlist in the chat. This is what's currently playing in my ears, everybody. Enjoy.
Oh, yay. It works. Okay, cool.
Yes, I'm a mod. I can do that.
No, but technically, I normally, in this, most of my streams, I allow it. But it doesn't work for non-mods.
Uh-huh.
But all that to say, I don't know. Hey, hi Pope. Who are you? Who are you playing? How's it going?
Hi, I am here with this wonderful vampire crew, Twitch. I lurk in all your streams, and today we are back with Arthur Porter. Both of us use he him pronouns, and so there's the vagary of a concept of a plan that involves going into the ruins of Sabat Temple, which I say Arthur has one thing going for him. That is a strong survival instinct. That is why he is not there.
And I'm Simon at Wandering the M. As I said before, welcome everyone to Montreal by Night. Last week, Flory and Lucky nabbed True Witness QC's address and photo. Or actually, I think just the photo for now.
Photo
The name and the
full
photo.
name.
Yeah, full name and
full
photo
name.
of True Witness QC, Steve Langlois. And short transcript, Steve Longdoor. We'll leave it at that. Arthur met up with Diana and Caleb. Had a very nice little chat about the clouds that might be coming to Montreal. And clouds come borne aloft on wind, kind of like the weird gust of wind that Arthur felt when he poured some of his own blood down the St. Lawrence River and drew his crest upon the sand of Verdun Beach. Lucky had, as a plan, at least at first, to go and find a damn way inside the underground complex.
And he has now two.
Yes. Well, you know of a place where the other fountain is.
He has two locations. He has the place right there in Dorchester Square, the building, and then the fountain. The Brothers of Charity.
The Brothers of Charity, yeah. Who are the ones who have the exact replica of the fountain found in Dorchester Square. So we're gonna start tonight with our good friend Tsimichi. Arthur. The night is almost over. I think when we ended last week, there was but a couple of hours before sunrise. How do you spend them? Knowing that it'll still be a while before you get your ritual knife.
After that cool reception, it is drive back to the Haven. And that all the different pieces of drywall set, the main supports, making sure that the silver wire is held. And then, because he went and did something not entirely well advised and mystical, there's a few old superstitions that are useful when you do something like that, and they might follow you back. And Arthur is a superstitious creature at the best of times. And so you take two floor-length mirrors, and in whatever doorway you pass through to come into the house, you set up one facing the door, and you set up one next to the door facing that mirror. In the hopes of whatever followed you just bounces back and forth between that infinite space. Burns some Kiffy incense throughout the house. The Queen of Cats may or may not have ties to Lilith. We're not entirely certain. So appeasement is nothing else that makes the place smell nice. He does more, great. And then it is, as dawn starts to come up, staring at a phone, wondering if things are going to get worse.
Well then, I'm going to check in with Lucky and Flory for a sec. Because your phone might ring, Arthur, or you might just succumb to day sleep without any news, good or bad.
Well, I did text him.
Back when he was at the beach.
Yes, on the way back. And that we were headed to his apartment. To the Haven. But I gave him the full update.
In that case, with that reminder, he's going to say, leave your shoes by the front door, enter through the front. Keep your eyes down. Don't look at the mirrors.
I love professional. And there's this moment where she's like, because she's just texting. She's not calling. She's just texting, and she's doing it, and she kind of side eyes at Lucky and goes, "No, I'll tell him and make sure he doesn't trip the trap. That would be bad. We would definitely keep him out of Sabat's stronghold." Nah, we'll be fine. Hey, Lucky, don't worry. Rajul has made sure there's certain traps, so when we go in, just follow me and don't do anything I don't do.
Okay. What's it all about?
Not having an undead person that he doesn't know get into the house. Security is important. That's why you car.
Like, he has thoughts, but he's like, Artie does what Artie does, and just sort of like keeps driving.
What, you don't secure your sleeping spot?
I'd have some other questions, but you know what? Artie does his thing.
I mean, mine has explosives. His just is,
So, undead? I wonder.
Yeah,
if
and there are minions
them?
that can walk in the daytime. Don't you have any? Wait, you don't protect yourself against ghouls?
Flory, let me put it this way. Hey, watch out. I just set up a security in my haven to protect us from specifically blue-haired fairies that stab people with knives. Now, if I just all of a sudden put up security for that, might you not think, I wonder why Lucky just did that today? I would. It seems like yeah, but my question would be, how did you anger these blue-haired fairies? How are they going to get here? Yes.
And what is their you're obviously putting a trap up, so you know what they're subject to. So okay, then we make sure that we don't trip the trap. All of this seems sound and logical to me.
It was those first three questions were the ones that were in my mind.
Oh, well, he's concerned about the possibility of a Samich that survived, which is actually valid. They dig into the dirt and they get all creepy. They pop out of the ground like daisies.
Okay.
Wait, you didn't get that reference?
No.
You
I'm
need
just
to
thinking
get out
about
more, Lucky.
No, it's all right. No, my question is, when he said undead, did he actually mean us, or did he mean other things? Like, I'm just wondering, because there are all these new things he keeps talking about, if there's another new thing we have to worry about, or if it's the same ones.
No, it's probably vampires.
I don't know. First we had weirdlings, and then lots of different things all of a sudden could be around, and weirdlings. And
there are lots of things in this world.
do you have wards against every single one of the strange things on your RV?
99%.
Okay.
Sprinkled stained glass to protect against reflective surfaces, ensuring that other people who have to worry about counting things or being concerned about seeing their own reflection that covers a lot. Salt lines also covers a lot. Easy ways to do things. Silver in stepways.
I don't have it on me, but what would happen if I showed you
a horseshoe
cross?
above the door?
Right. What would happen if I showed you a cross?
I would react, and she kind of gestures to the the necklace that she's wearing, which is a large number of them.
Mm-hmm.
I know 3 people who would.
But you wouldn't.
No, but I'm also not going to tell you what my personal problem is.
I'm not asking. Never
Good.
mind.
I wouldn't tell you. I mean, I like you, Hamia, but not that much.
Well, I don't want to know that information anyway. That seems
So, but I know a bunch of people who would react to the sign of a cross and turn away to the whole.
okay.
It's actually rather funny to watch Aventru do it. They turn around and run.
Dude. Wait, is that a venture thing?
It's just the one that I've seen. It's also more hilarious when they do it. Also, all the ones I've known of the Ventru who have that reaction, it's to any religious icon. And therefore, you could get away with crosses, Stars of David, the Prax is blanking on the term for the Hindu symbol. Because the word is Om, but that's not what the symbol is called. It's about faith. And true faith is not the thing that you want to fuck with. That's what the Inquisition has. Don't fuck with them.
Yeah. I know that. I just didn't. It's fine. We're all gonna die when whomever raises up from the ocean and does all of that. It's all happening.
The antediluvians, possibly. I mean,
well, and also Val is gonna come back and destroy us all. We're all gonna die within the next 3 weeks anyway. Artie knows it, and we'll just go with that. I'm gonna live
Artie's
life
concerned about it, so he's taking proper precautions. That's the thing. That's the thing. A concern, proper precautions equals a plan equals not dying.
Possibly, but
if you aren't concerned about it and you just run in without a plan, then that equals dying. You see how I have questions?
But you don't have questions. You only sometimes have questions. Like, you have no questions about whether maybe or not, maybe Artie might be perhaps a little bit paranoid.
Just because they're paranoid doesn't mean they're not able to get you.
Yeah.
And planning for paranoia is not actually a problem. It just means that you have more steps. See, this is the thing. When people talk about being paranoid, it always bothers me. It's like, okay, so you're paranoid. Are you actively harming me by your preparations? No. In which case, screw, it's your choice. And it means that you are actually protected if said thing does show up.
Maybe.
I mean,
but my understanding from Artie is that there's no protection from Val. Once Val gets here, we're all done. And then everyone's going to be murdered or killed or sucked dry. Something bad will happen to everybody.
Well, the protect Val is, or possibly Diablerie. Although I don't really recommend that because they'll probably overwhelm your psyche, and then they'll just be wearing a lucky suit and not actually be Val anymore.
Oh, well, no, according to Artie, we'll all be tortured. It'll just be really bad. So since there's no way around it, I'm not so worried anymore. If Val comes up and destroys us all and sucks dry Valois and everything, all that, then it happens. I can't do anything about it.
It's about this time that you see in distance, a few blocks away, Arthur's Haven.
We're going in the front door. Don't go in the back.
Okay. It pulls in. Doesn't pull in the drive. Sort of pulls off, like sort of parks at a spot where it won't be. Where it'll be all right. You know, like probably around the corner. Like in a spot where, like parking lot, maybe something like this. And then he'll pop out, open up the door for Flory.
She pop out, adjust her skirts as she does so. And can I just see if there's anyone around and paying attention to us as we come in through the front? Because that's what Pope, correct me. You said
yep.
Come in through the front, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that was player double checking.
There's actually, at this time, you're nearing 4 a.m.
Mhm.
There is no one. Like the witching hour. That little sliver of time when those mortals who need to wake up early are about to rise. Actually, wake up, not rise. Too used to vampires. And those who stayed up late have already all gone home. Especially in a place like Little Italy, where, you know, yes, you do have a few businesses. There's a couple of bakeries that will open soon, but it's not like you could probably drive a few blocks around before you meet like your first person.
Okay, you know. Sound precautions are not a bad thing.
No, it's kind of like a reprieve.
Mm-hmm. So then she'll go in the building first. All right, keep your eyes down. Don't look up. Reflections are bad things. And then she'll, like, you said leave the shoes on, right?
Take the shoes off, leave them
Take
outside.
the shoes off. Leave your shoes outside. Leave the shoes outside. And as you do, you realize, I think this would probably be the first time, Lucky, that you realize that Flory is just as silent without her shoes on as she is with them. So it's just a natural thing about her. She just doesn't make sounds as she walks.
And he'll put his hand on your shoulder and just close his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And just sort of follow you, because he's following instructions and doesn't want to mess it up. Because this is clearly some kind of magic situation that you're just like,
As you enter, everything should be fine once you're through the front foyer.
Of course. And, you know, she'll lead you down into the space. And then it's like, all right, you can wake up.
do I have permission?
Yeah, of course. Like, I'm just taking precautions because I may or may not have made contact with Ghost.
See, this is
It
why
was a
you
ghost,
pay attention.
it wasn't a vampire, it was a ghost. It's a new one.
Yeah, okay. I said undead. I didn't specify whether it was kindred or not. I just said undead. A ghost is undead.
So are we going to be murdered tonight?
Why are you still harping on that?
Well, it's a new thing now. Now it's a ghost.
He thinks you're paranoid.
Well, valid, but I find that the paranoia has kept me alive this long.
Anyway, we're checking in. We've got information.
Ah, excellent. No, I did a ritual over at St. Lawrence, got some response. Might be one of me and mine, might be a ghost, don't know quite, but don't need them showing up unannounced.
Is this ritual to do with our true witness, or is it personal?
No. This is more about you going downstairs and me making certain if there is or is not someone of me in mind or some other thing that is survived, heavy quotation marks, the purge.
Okay, well, I mean, that's just a personal thing. You weren't going to go down there, so it's okay. I'm just going to take care of it. But we have a group mission, and that
Okay.
is True Witness, and also took care of the other one. Flory got his name.
Oh, delightful.
Yeah, I'm gonna go deal with him in the evening.
So, it just, I should probably know what his familiar ties are, any people that he's leaving behind. Because once those people get taken care of, not in the sense, but, communities start caring things, all of a sudden the grudges start going away, and their untimely demise just passes off into memory.
We'll start paying attention then.
Again, I'm planning on doing research on all the kids that the cops nabbed and whatnot and trying to smooth things over. Yeah,
What kids?
the ones that got picked up because of the beast problem.
Oh,
Coyote. It was a coyote.
oh, them.
Yeah. That sort of thing can create a hunter if you're not careful. So we're going to be careful, make sure that they're taken care of, get psychological help, get financial aid, etc., all through the
Wouldn't
guise
that
of
seem
different
suspicious?
charitable. It happens all the time. I mean, just look at America with all the shootings and whatnot. As long as you have enough charitable organizations and you wipe your financials clean, it's all good.
If I were a hunter and there were some kids who had a funny story and all of a sudden people started taking care of them, I would think that was some sort of very suspicious.
Monsters don't feel guilt, Lucky.
But they like to cover up their tracks and pay off
Yeah.
people.
But you don't actually care for the victim. You care about the people in power. Care for the victim, then all of a sudden, things usually set right. I learned my lessons from Miami.
If all it needs to do is to make sure that hunters don't find us as we give somebody a picnic lunch, that seems to make things much easier.
It's more than a picnic lunch. It's making sure that there's a safety. Yeah, you have to make certain that the person is somehow through that trauma made whole again, instead of it lingering. Because lingering trauma is how you get to vengeance. And vengeance leads to death, especially of our kind.
If it makes you feel better to take care of their lineage, then I think that's good for you to do so.
It's a lot of paperwork, but it usually makes things a lot smoother. I don't need a William situation. He didn't take care of the collateral damage, and that's how an entire pact got wiped off the map. So, got this Langlois fella. Anything else of note?
That's all we found on that thread. Your meeting with the Camarilla, was that private business or was that related to all of this?
It was more just sort of checking in and getting a heads up. But Caleb seems quite receptive, and if things go well, whatever storm is brewing, we can head off somewhere. Also, I now have a better idea of Diana's ambitions, and damn, I hope she doesn't get what she wants. She wants to be a harpy or a seneschal, somebody up in the ivory tower. And she's nice, but not that nice.
What is a harpy?
People that record booze.
They think they're socialites and like to pretend that they're old nobles from the old world.
That's a Camarilla thing, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a tower thing.
Yeah.
It's a particular kind of power that she craves. She wants to not necessarily wear the crown, but be close enough to it.
So they're planning to they're planning to set up the Camarilla here?
She is waiting for someone to come in and set it up. Right now, she's not actively bringing. Once she crosses that threshold, then she becomes a problem. But right now, she's playing ball. And as for our toe sucker, it seems like she's done some paperwork. It may be an embrace and dump. It may be somebody new who moved in, but apparently these instances are a form of marking their territory. I don't think it's going well. I sincerely hope not. But with what Diana and Caleb told me, it makes sense to follow up with our Anarch friends just to confirm the story.
Well, I imagine you're going to go and talk to them.
Yeah, eventually. But that seems to be less of a pressing ordeal as long as they're keeping to an esoteric form of, hey, I'm here, don't step on mine. I'm willing to let that slide until it becomes a problem. But if it does become a problem and it is something in our territory, they need to fucking deal with it, so I'll have a conversation.
All right. Well, so, Flory, you've got True Witness tomorrow, and
Yeah.
And Artie, you've got.
I've got a lot of paperwork to pick up a ritual knife, make sure the boards in the house are all carved and set, get a couple of financial things moving and shaking, whether it is here in Little Italy or taking care of the fallout from other things, financial wheeling and dealing. And then if I'm quick enough, I might make a trip out to go see our Anarch buddies.
Well, let me know if you need anything, any of you two.
You're still planning on heading down there?
None of that has to do with our main mission, so I don't think it's a big deal. I'll just figure out what I'm going to do.
Caleb's tried multiple times in multiple ways to get down there. And that's
How do you know
Nos. He talked to me.
Why were you two talking about down below the city?
Because there's something that might be still alive down there.
You didn't mention me, though, right?
I mentioned that you were interested in going through, and that Bruja has ways that he may not have thought of.
Why would you
bashing
tell
your
me?
head against the railroad?
Why would you tell me I was planning on doing that? That's a secret. That's not for him to know.
You think a Nosferatu's not going to find out?
Well, if he does, he's going to have to work for it. We don't have to tell him all the things that we're doing. We're not Camarilla. He's not our ally. He's here in the city, but we don't have to tell him what we're doing. What if, thinking of security, we tell him and now they set up some kind of a trap? Now I'm going to have to go. We'll have to wait. To wait for things to die down.
In order to live, you need to make allies. You need to make friends. And then doing that is giving them enough information.
That was too much information and it wasn't yours to give.
I apologize. Your business will be your own from now on.
They're going to want to know why I want to go down there. That's going to put questions in their minds they don't need to be thinking about.
They have no idea who the hell you are. They have no idea who the hell you're tied to. And damn is Diana ignorant as to the actual threat that most of the locals pose. So I don't have an abundance of confidence in her. And as for Caleb, that is somebody that you actually want to cultivate as a friend. There is one clan that can make or break you in any city. That is the Nosferatu. They are able to get in places no one else can, know things no one else knows. And they're survivors, first and foremost.
Which is why I don't really want to have much to do with them. Everybody here is leaving each other alone, doing their own business. I don't need them. I don't need to be on their radar.
You're always on Nosferatu's radar. It's just whether or not you're in the friend column, the foe column, or yet to be decided.
Or how interesting I might be. I don't need to be interesting to them.
Everybody's interesting to Nosferatu until you prove otherwise.
In which case, there's nothing I can do about that, but I don't need to help. If they're always going to know, if they're going to know everything about me already, they can go and do that, but I'm not going to help them. And I would prefer you not help them know about me. They can work for it.
You're going to need to start making friends, Lucky.
They've not made friends with us.
That's because they are as paranoid as I am, almost.
I don't see why I need to make friends with them. This is a
Because
place
if
where we
we're
all have our
going-
own spot.
But if we're going to live in a community together, you have to at least be neighborly.
Neighborly is not the same thing as sharing secrets. Neighborly is saying hello and leaving each other alone. And when this whole thing came up,
Caleb's been a help. Diana's been a bit of a pain. Yes, I get it. And it's been left to us to deal with the fallen. And a number of people have washed their hands. That is unfortunate. But there is a political aspect to living in a community. If you want to build, you have to have people that support you in the building.
that's only if you want them to live in the same space as you. And I don't. They can stay over there and I'll stay over here. They don't need to help me. And as a matter of fact, I don't want them to help me to build anything because they're not going to be part of my community. We're all part of Montreal, but just in the same way that the Anarchs hang out where they're hanging out, they can do what they want to do in their space. That's what makes Montreal special. We all get to do our own things. We're not under some kind of larger structure, whether it be some sort of Anarch bishop. Do they have bishops? Whatever they have. Or
Barons.
Barons or a Camarilla Harpy. We can all be neighborly without having to have people invited into your back room to help you with your plumbing.
Sometimes you need expertise from outside.
I look forward to the kingdom that you build here.
I want no kingdom, Lucky.
You're moving the pieces already.
I'm trying to build a community, one that we once had as a people. In order to do that, I need friends.
I wish you luck with that and whatever structure that you build with it. And I respect everybody's fiefdom, whatever they have. But I'm not a Camarilla or any of those things. And I don't know Caleb. And Caleb is not my friend. And I don't trust Caleb. And I don't want anything from Caleb. And I don't want him to want anything from me. I want to be neighborly, where we say hello. That's all I want from him. He can build, and you two together can build whatever thing you want to build. But I'm not building that. Yes, a community, but those people are not my community.
And with that, you can feel the pull of day sleep calling. Sun's going to rise. You have but a few minutes to get settled.
I'm sleeping in the car. will go and sleep in one of the cars in the garage.
There's guest rooms. You can have a bed. There are a number of places that have no windows.
No, that's not the problem.
Do you have like a closet?
I got guest rooms.
I don't want a guest room. I want a closet.
Fine, I'll take a
What's
bed then.
with you two?
I was going to make sure that my music didn't disturb you. I thought I was being polite. How could I do that? I'll take a bedroom though. Also, we'll talk in the windows. And then she's just gonna walk off.
Not anything special, Artie. Just something plain.
I don't know if you've seen the place. It's newly moved into. I haven't fancied it up yet. It's rather plain.
It's
Basement?
rather single male in their late 20s.
But like a huge mansion.
There's boxes everywhere. There's a few pieces of furniture in scant rooms. The sound system has been and security system has been thoroughly set up, but everything else is kind of just there.
I think he tries to find a place that feels the least boony, right? Like a closet, a floor, somewhere that like you can shut it, and it's not.
No, there's like a walk-in closet in one of the rooms.
Yeah, and I think he would.
There's enough room for like your legs and all that.
No, I'm going, because if we're going to accuse me of being bougie, I will be bougie right now. There is a chaise lounge in the walk-in closet.
And he'll look at it and be like, He'll think about it, and he'll see. And the thing about chaise lounge is there's not enough room underneath a chaise lounge to sleep underneath it. And he'll like look underneath and realize there's not enough room. Like think about it. Shut the closet door. Like sit on the chaise lounge, see what he thinks about it. Lay on it. Think it's a little bit too soft. Realize there's not enough room on the floor now. Sigh.
And
he'll
then,
just like, boom. Yep.
so as the sun rises, the camera pans away from the chaise lounge in the walk-in closet to a bedroom that's not even furnished yet. There's like 4 cardboard boxes. For some reason, Arthur set up the closet first. And we pan out, fly through the clouds as the sun rises and life stirs awake on the island. Somewhere on that piece of land, there is a Mr. Langlois who's enjoying another day in the late summer weather. Eventually, the sun sets, but between sunrise and sunset, something happens. You see, vampires don't dream. It's one of the rare human things that has been taken away from you. Humans can dream of a better life. Humans can dream of being vampires, for all you care. But you, the moment day sleep catches you, it's like a stake through the heart. Darkness. Cold. You normally have no knowledge or memories of anything that you could have dreamed. It's just I close my eyes, I reopen my eyes. It's like surgery. But at some point during those 15 hours of sunlight, lucky you hear quite clearly Addie's voice. Hush screaming, almost like a stage whisper. Lucky! Voice echoes, as if it was underground. It might just be the blood of your sire calling to your blood, and that's just how your brain interprets it. But then again, your brain's dead. Eventually the sun sets, wake up. Rouse check.
I succeed at my rouse check.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't, but that's okay. I'm going hunting.
Yeah, it's 2 hunger. It's just, you wake up, you're a little pickish.
Yeah, exactly. But that's okay. I'm going to fix that later.
And I Lucky, because his humanity's lower than y'all's, wakes up later than you do.
Mm-hmm. So at first, it's only Flory and Arthur.
Flory will get up, and she has this tote bag, and there's an entirely different outfit that's in the tote bag because she plans these things. You never know when you're going to have to burn your clothes because blood splatter. It's just practical. And but she still has got her hair down mostly, and just with the hairpiece as a bandana instead of woven through a braid as she's been doing. And she gets up and she looks at the thermos that Alex gave her.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't return it and she didn't reject it, but she hasn't officially accepted it yet. It's an important distinction to be made if you're Ravnos. Particularly because he's not just offering it as a gift, he's offering it as an apology, which means it actually has to be evaluated as an apology.
Well, it's a thermos. There's blood in it. But it smells slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard of the ability of some thin blood to alter the blood of both kindred and humans and create something completely different. Create well, for lack of a better word, an alchemical solution. This is one such alchemical solution, but the GM is trying real hard
To find it in your notes, it's
to find it in my notes.
It's okay.
No, it's because I remember searching for it, and I remember he gave it to you, and even said what it was.
No, he said it was a gift. He didn't say what it was.
Okay, so I remember, in my mind, knowing what it was, but I will... there we go.
I remember something about it, too. It was something like it
Yes.
would help with...
Found it. Yes.
Because I would have, if he had told me what it was, I would put mechanical notes against it. My notes.
You're gonna have to call Alex to know what it is, but you know for sure that this is an alchemical formula.
Okay.
This is a potion of something.
Cool. She'll send Alex a text. Your gift is appreciated and your apology is accepted. I look forward to working with you in the future as you better yourself and learn and grow. Yeah, she writes it exactly like that.
He answers, "Oh, great. Have you tried it yet? What did you think?"
Not yet. What exactly is it?
I
want to make sure I use it at the appropriate occasion.
Yeah, let me see how long this lasts.
That is the question.
So, it is I'll give it to you in game terms.
Mhm.
But it is the formula called Far Reach. You can look it up. It's on page 284 in the book.
Okay.
Essentially, you drink the potion, you make a rouse check,
Mhm.
and basically this is a stronger version of Mage Hand.
Okay. What
So-
page is that? 284?
284, yeah. It's on 284, and then the second part is on 285. But if you type in the number in the PDF, it would be
Yeah.
actually 286.
Yep.
So imagine it's like a Mage Hand, but it can also manipulate like knives or small metal tools.
Mm-hmm.
Except the check is going to be abysmal because you are not a Thin Blood who has alchemy, blood alchemy. So it's like you could probably maybe nick someone with luck. But the biggest thing that this is used for is, just manipulating stuff at range.
Mm-hmm.
It can go as fine a manipulation as, let's say, picking a lock.
Oh, good.
And, my god, I think it's like... The range itself seems to be as far as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just make sure. Yeah, that's really funny. They haven't. Yeah, okay. There we go. Within your sight, closer 30 feet or less.
Okay, 30 feet or less. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right, I'll check that when we need it. Good. She just gets herself put together, stylish, looking great. Going again for that quasi-casual look.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll make her way to the pool table.
That has also
Waiting.
been set up. Arthur has some weird priorities when it comes to like furnishing his haven.
Hey,
I'm not against
You have
it.
to have distractions.
Yeah.
Distractions are necessary.
Simon agrees that you need a pool table. I can't have a pool table here because of space. God, would I have one if I could?
Well, good evening.
Good evening. I'm going to go deal with our little problem. I'll make sure to leave the appropriate information with you. And, Rajul, you understand. I have total respect for you and understanding, but, Hamya? He doesn't know. So he is convinced you're paranoid, which means he's not going to actually be concerned because, most people, kindred and kind, they look at someone who's paranoid and go, oh, they're just paranoid. It's not really worth it. They're stressing about, and therefore I'll avoid the issue because they're entirely wrong. I know you're not. Planning for eventualities is what I do. But he's still too idealistic in the worst possible way. He's now a fatalist idealist, which is very strange.
As much as Lucky is unique, there are some things about the clan that are not, even within the realms of the Sabbat.
Mm.
And there comes a time that the dog needs to bite the horse, and the horse has to kick the dog. we're nearing that time.
Eh, okay, fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. But also, here's the thing. If he starts to think that you're just paranoid, then he'll actually kind of ignore your really important things about, warnings of death and possible dismemberment. I take warnings of death and dismemberment very important and concerns to be paid attention to. But, if he thinks you're just paranoid, then he's not going to pay attention. And
Well, the fact of the matter is, I know there's something down there. Caleb did not say as much, but I am fairly certain he suspects that there is something down there aside from sweet, sweet, delicious, arcane knowledge.
The Inquisition came in on an unprepared Sabbat, yes, but I've been in those ruins. They're fully trapped and prepared to be, and if they are attacked, they're designed to collapse upon themselves and then protect everything that's inside. I know that there's shit down there. I don't want to be down there. I fully plan, hopefully, to not be the one to go down there. But if he's going down by himself, I'd rather go with him so he doesn't bring all of hell down upon us, unaware and unknowing.
There is very much a chance, given that this was the library of the Sabbat on the Western Hemisphere,
Yes.
that there are more mobile traps down there. There is, if you hear scrambling, run. Anything that sounds like more than 4 feet moving at once, just don't even bother looking, just run. It's faster than you think it is. It is much stronger than you think it is, and it does not eat. It just dismembers.
Wait, was that
Now-
the one? Was that the one in the? No, it was something else. Transylvania was weird.
Transylvania was a blood brother problem. That's a different thing. But yeah, no. There will be things down there. Given what I did, I am certain that either there is a ghost or someone. Either, well, again, this is old school Sabbat City, so they may have traded enough. Someone who has strong understanding of morphology, of potence, not potence, protein, is down there. They're weak if it is one of us.
So
but-
basically, I'll try and keep him alive and not trigger any traps. I've already warned Zamati that it's going to be like Paris all over again.
I hope not. But if you find something fun, any books, books are typically safe. If you find anything that is shiny, just
Rajul, look at who are you talking to again? I know the rules about raiding a Sabbat stronghold in archive and what not to take and what not to touch. Although,
there
am I allowed
are
to burn
traps that
shit?
are meant for you.
Of course there are. There are always traps that are meant for me. It's like they don't like my kind. And I don't understand why we're so nice.
It's because back in the day, one of yours and one of mine got into a spat.
I feel like that is just not wrong. You're not wrong about that statement. It's entirely true.
Yes.
So I'm going to go deal with this, little teenager problem who's probably working,
Is probably a proxy for somebody. That's
Yeah, if he's a
gonna suck.
ghoul,
I don't think it's a ghoul.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
think I think this is a mortal that's been manipulated, which is always more complicated. I just don't know by whom or what.
Yeah, so
Oh.
I'll just go deal with it and come back. I'll make sure that it's not a problem.
All right. Just again, when folks have an untimely death, it it behooves us to make it so that the families move on and questions aren't asked. So, if you
I'll
can get
ensure
me,
that it won't be a problem.
it's not that I don't trust you, it's that I have a feeling that we're being watched.
Of course we're being watched. We're always being watched. I would feel awkward if we weren't. But sometimes it's better to smile at the camera and make it think it knows what you're doing.
Yeah. Trust you, I care about you, come back in one piece.
Of course. This is not the worry. His plan, or more accurately, the non-existence of a plan, that is a worry.
Sometimes the warrior on warrior scholar just has to do its thing.
Yes, and the warrior scholar thinks he's going to do breaking and entering. This is what makes me laugh. And he doesn't want to trust the thief.
Again, sometimes the dog nips at the horse and the horse kicks.
Interesting comparison. I'll be back.
And on this memorable quote from Arnold Schwarzenegger, Lucky rises from slumber.
Too soft. Sort of gets up and sort of hops out of the closet, looks around, and is trying to see if he can hear where the rest of the group is.
Your phone buzzes, Lucky.
Picks up his phone.
It's your human mortal family.
Wakes up.
It's a text message, by the way, not.
Yeah.
They're asking if you're okay. You didn't come back.
Yes, that was the thing he was worried. That was one of the reasons he was like, "Oh man," right? So he sort of texted me. He said, I slept out last night. Sorry that I didn't text message. I went to sleep really quickly. I will see you later. I'm going to miss. Well, he has to assess. Will he be able to hit dinner? Thinks about it. He's like, Florrie's got a mission. Artie's going to do something with the Anarch power structure, so he's got a mission. So I probably have time. He's like, I'll be in for dinner. He notes as he texts it and puts the phone back in and heads to sort of try to listen to see where he might find them.
There's just one more text message that comes in. From I keep looking for the name in my notes, but I don't think did you give me the name of your mortal cover mother?
I believe I did, actually. Let me see.
Sorry everyone, it's just trying to find a thing.
I believe I do. I think I didn't give you the name of my
Yolande Desmond.
Yes, Yolande Desmond.
There we go.
Like a younger brother, but
yes, I have her here. Okay, it's just because I was not looking at mortals actually. So yeah, Yolande sends you one last text message. In it, she says, "Great, tonight we're having fried chicken poutine."
And he just texts back and is like, "It always smells so nice." And
But
smiles.
I am not your mother, but next time, could you please just text me if you're sleeping out?
So there's this, you can see it, that weight of guilt for not having texted your sort of mom. And, he pauses before he leaves the room. He goes, I'm sorry. I should have texted. I will next time. And he closes his flip phone, waits just a couple beats to see if she texts back.
Nah.
And he sort of sits there for a moment, feeling super guilty. He did not text his mom when he stayed out all night, knowing that this is like, because they will worry. He sort of pauses a few bits, and then he puts his phone away, and he sort of heads out, wanting to see if he can hear where they're talking and find them that way.
Well, since they've stopped talking and Flory has moved away, you cannot hear Flory move. But you can probably hear the footsteps of Arthur. Just shuffling.
I
Probably.
probably couldn't hear the footsteps of Flory anyway, because she is as silent as the grave.
No, that's why I'm saying you can't hear. Because she's still somewhere in the haven when you wake up. No, when he wakes up, yes, but...
And he'll just say, everyone? Buddy?
In the game room.
And he'll sort of head over. Is the game room on the second floor?
Game rooms on the ground floor.
He goes, do you have to pass through the foyer to get to the game room?
No.
It's sort of head
The
down
foyer
there.
is a kill box. Oh,
And you're not, yeah, so he's like, he heads down, kind of steps in, and he's still like in his coveralls. Evening.
evening.
So I imagine this will be cleared up pretty soon. We should make a meeting with everyone.
Don't
Well,
schedule a meeting till I get back.
yeah, we don't necessarily know what all the fringe complications there may or may not be.
But since you're up, I will be back.
Oh, I'm going to work.
Oh. Yeah, I think I didn't clarify. No, in my mind, you were walking out the
Flory left.
door when...
Yeah,
Yeah,
Flory
but it's
left.
okay. It's... I
Yeah.
didn't... Yeah.
That was my intention, that Flory was gone. She wasn't going to be there at all.
No, that's it.
So,
Yeah.
So Flory, rewind. Flory's not there. She is GTFO.
Come on. Evening.
Evening.
He sort of, do you have clocks,
Oh, yeah.
like wall clocks?
Yeah, there's, again, in the game room, there's one set to different world times.
He looks at me and goes, oh, I slept a bit late. All right. Is Flory gone on her mission already?
Yep, just missed her.
Well, I imagine she'll get the answer, and then there could be some sort of meeting to tell everybody what happened.
Well, we need to make sure that all the loose threads are tied up. But yeah, honestly, that's less of a meaning, more of a message sent.
Whatever you think is best for those folks. I'm
Getting
gonna go-
Yuma to agree to anything, let alone being in the same room with tower folk, that's rather a big ask.
I bet you'll be a good person to unify them, right? Not being in neither one of those groups. But being X of your own group, that puts you in a pretty good position.
I am about as far from an anarch as a member of the tower. The anarchs have their ways, their means, but their worldview is too selfish.
You seem to get along well with them at the meeting.
That's more me understanding what a gangrel is, less what an anarch is.
Well, I'm going to work. Good luck with your meetings today or tonight.
You go work, relax. The team's supposed to be having the practice here soon, right?
Not
An informal?
in Little Italy.
Okay, well, no, but yeah, that's something you care about.
That's not kindred business, you know?
Yeah, that's the good thing.
Right. But I don't need any of the kindred to know about it. Not
That's
Caleb,
fine.
Diana, none of them.
I get it. I'm sorry. From here on out, your business is your own.
Oh, by the way, once you know that your side's here to kill everything, let me know so I can at least get them out.
Once I know Val's in town, I'll make certain. But the good news is she wants to hurt me.
Which means, as you said, killing you won't be useful, but
No.
killing everybody that you care about would be useful, and torturing
Yeah,
them and
but
so on.
not killing the people that you care about. That's crossing the line with us.
It's not how you made them seem with couches made of people and whatnot.
There are certain rules. Kindred are always on the table. Mortals who are informed might be. Mortals that aren't, that's how we get killed. She is old enough to know that we don't fuck with the mundanes.
That's not what anybody said about Montreal before the Night of Ashes.
Montreal and Miami are different things, and when it comes to those from the old world, there are certain rules of engagement. A lot of the younger anti-tribu are the ones that you have problems with, especially fucking Metro. As soon as they get a taste of freedom, all of a sudden it goes fucking straight to the hands. But no, amongst the old clans, there's a way of hurting people. There are rules of engagement. They're not necessarily written down, except for that one treatise by a fucker's name. I know he's but yeah, no. Aside from that, almost all the rules of engagement are just something that your sire teaches you one way or the other. But yeah, no, it's you that is the target. It is you, it's Flory. Valois is just a toy because it's Tremere and she has a thing about eating Tremere. Again, it's old sorceress nonsense, but she has to prove the wrong any chance she gets. It's more of a sidekick. But yeah, no, it's those that are directly close to me. Businesses, that's where, there can be some collateral damage, firebombing and stuff like that. Though that's lesser style as of right now. That was more 50s. But you can't do that anymore. There's too many cameras. So it's a lot more, all of a sudden you find a room that's covered in all sorts of tarps and there's blood everywhere, and little bits and pieces and wine flutes and stuff like that.
Just let me know when she's come to kill me so I can let my community know to leave before it gets too late.
Yeah. As soon as I know that she's here, I'll let you know. But at the same time, she has to know who you are first before she can hurt me.
Well, as you already said, she already knows everything, as do the Nosferatu.
No. There's knowing of and knowing.
Artie, you said all of this is her fault, which means she knows everything about all of us. She knows about your restaurant.
He doesn't have your scent yet. He doesn't know the patterns of how you move about the city.
No, she knows everything already. It's clear. I mean, if you said this is all her, that means she knows McGill. She knows people who I know. She knows me. She knows that Flory was coming here before she even did. If all of this, if True Witness QCs, like you said, is all about Val, and Val doing all of this to get to you, that means she knows me, she knows Flory, she knows all of us, and she knows who we know, who's important to us, and where. And that was all on that list, which
There's
means
knowing, and then there's knowing.
McGill
This
is
is
my
a
spot
game.
and your
Yes.
spot, and she knows it already.
Possibly.
It was on her list.
You don't know that's necessarily hers. It is good to assume that it is hers. It is not necessarily the truth, but to act upon it as such is what keeps one safe.
Oh,
It could
well,
very well be anyone else's enemy trying to move in. It could be somebody we don't even know. It could very well be some damn venture for all.
Well, I'm going with what you said. And if what you said is all true and we have to act on that, I know that my days are numbered and I'm going to be dead as soon as she gets here. So we act on that. I believe you. Just let me know so I can get my people out. I can't fight against, what, an old dragon? It was a good life.
It's not over yet.
It is once she shows up. You made that clear at the meeting at the jungle.
We need to get you to see some more movies.
We have to act like we're all going to die when Val kills me to get to you, right? So I don't have a lot of time to waste it on movies. More important things.
There is a level of theatricality one must possess to convey the importance of something.
Well, you convinced me. We're going to go to work.
Don't yet ask me that. You are your own person.
I don't think that's, from the way you said it, what Val thinks. I'm a tool to get to you.
That's because Val's a monster.
Yeah. And she's on her way here. Or she already is here.
I'm not a monster, buddy.
No, but she is.
Yeah. Give your best to your people, friend.
No, I will. If you need anything, just give me a text.
Stay safe.
Oh. Seems like there isn't any safety. Not anymore. Life's short. Good luck with your political meetings tonight. And if you're right, and she comes in and kills me and Flory, I just want you to know that you shouldn't feel bad about it. Because she's the monster. And she'll be doing it to make you feel bad. But if she does it, that's her fault, not yours.
Stay safe.
You know magic. And all that sort of thing.
I know enough to make me stupid and dangerous.
No. You were very clear. No one is safe in Montreal. So there is no staying safe.
There's always degrees and areas of gray. Stay to the margins.
Text me. And by the way, you could get a little bit of carpentry work done. I think there might be some termites.
Okay. We'll see about placing some timbers.
Heads out.
And with that,
Fuck.
we're gonna take a short break. We're gonna be right back, friends. The group, the coterie split apart once again. And things about to happen. So, grab the nearest mortal, pop them open like a Capri Sun, and enjoy the break. We'll be right back. Hey! So, we have a split coterie. And we'll get to everyone in time tonight. We'll start with the first person who left out the door.
Mm-hmm.
The one who left early. Eyes on the prize, Flory. What happens when you leave Arthur's Haven?
So Flory is dressed down, still with her hair kind of stylish, but she's got like athletic leggings and a hoodie that she's wearing. And it looks like she's just going for a run. You know, she like even pulls her hair back into a ponytail, like as she gets out onto the street, pulls her hair back into a ponytail on the street. So it looks intentional, right? All of this is intentional. And she pulls out her phone and she like fiddles with her headphones because it still has a 3.5 millimeter jack in it.
The good old days.
Yeah, something that actually worked. And so she's fiddling with it and she's just looking up. She's gonna Google stalk this guy. She has pictures, she has a name, she has a general location in Montreal, you know, looking for, you know.
Yeah, you don't need to make a roll for it because he's fairly public with with like his Facebook account and
just Twitter and stuff like that.
And he doesn't have to, he only has Facebook.
Oh, well, okay.
Things tend to take a while to get picked up here in Quebec, mostly because of the language barrier. So he's all over.
He's all over Facebook.
Over Facebook, and he's posted a lot of pictures of where he is, and you know when he's going out on a date, or when like he's walking his dog and stuff like that, and you can quickly sort of at the very least have an idea of the district he's in.
Mm-hmm.
But then, you know, cross-reference that with, you know, just looking up his name, and eventually, you know, Montreal North, Steve Langlois. There's not 1,000 of them.
Mm-hmm.
You find his location. Find his home address. So he lives on the east side of the island. Actually, it wouldn't even be considered Montreal North past where he is. He lives in what we would call Pointe-aux-Trembles, which is... Shoot, what's that? It's a tree. It's a tree, but I need to figure out what it is. An aspen. So it's Aspen Point.
Yeah.
And basically he lives like off of, there are three main roads that cross Aspen Point, Pointe-aux-Trembles, and two of them form like the outer limits, and then there's the one in the middle. So he lives between like the southernmost one and the middle one.
Mm-hmm.
In just a little like residential area. Seems that he's living with like it's not his own place, like he's probably living with family or something, because you can see there are two cars parked in the driveway. And clearly, like, one of them you've seen on other pictures often, but the other one, brand new. So he lives in these, they're not townhouses. They're like, you know, two houses that are stuck together.
Duplex. Or
okay, it's just a duplex. Okay. So, yeah, lives in a duplex. It's, you know, made out of gray and white bricks. Very mundane. Very, a step above Zeke in social economic status.
Middle class, lower middle class.
He's
maybe, but
probably
middle class.
lower middle class, yeah.
Okay. She did not pick up the vet to do this run. She did pick up a car outside of the Haven, so she didn't steal from anybody here, but she boosted a car. Late model, you know, if we were in the United States, I'd be saying late model Hyundai or Ford, you know.
Same here.
Okay.
That
General.
What
Yeah.
about Peugeot?
No, we don't have that.
Wrong continent. She's in Europe, she boosts something else. Usually an Alpha.
Alphas break down though.
But they're better on the getaway, and they don't have the snow problem that the German cars do.
Well, she doesn't plan on keeping the Alpha forever. Just,
No, she doesn't.
for the moment.
It's a
but I'd
good
be
getaway
worried that
car
the
because you can just, ditch it
I'd be
later.
worried that the Alpha would just break down halfway through the chase.
I'm gonna
No.
ask you for a larceny roll for that. And the reason is the result of your larceny, because I trust that Flory is good enough to find a car, get in. But the result of this check will determine, like, the condition of said car. Like, are there any bad surprises that you discover after being in the car for a while? And we'll go with Dex larceny.
Okay. Hold on, I'm counting.
Yep.
And I have my thieves. I has my lock picks.
Yeah, you can add the die for that.
Yeah. 4 successes.
Yeah, no, it purrs like a kitten.
Gloves. Her hair is already pulled back. She's in. She's right, and it's like slides the
You look,
screwdriver.
yeah, you look like one of these many women going to like a Zumba club.
Exactly.
Or coming back from the Zumba club because, you know, the night has just started. So like the
Exactly.
leisure athletic wear.
I went to work, and then I went to the gym, and now I'm on my way home. It's exactly that.
Quick question.
Uh-huh.
Blush of life? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Intentionally not. She is intentionally not.
No,
doing
it's
that.
just for me if you encounter people.
But she's not going to try. She's going to scale again. She's social media stalking him. She's got right now. She's got what is playing in the background? Oh, I know it's playing in the background. She's got Stevie Nicks playing in the background off the phone as she's driving. The Rumors album. Excuse me. It's Stevie Nicks' album. It doesn't. You don't have to acknowledge anyone else on that album. It's fine. Guess officially it's Fleetwood Mac. But she's listening to Rumors, and as she's driving, and she's also checking to see, did he go out tonight? Is he posting like from any restaurants? Because he's obviously very into doing that kind of like thing.
So he normally goes out every weekend. But tonight is my notes. Tonight, I do believe we are...
So I have us being on day 5, but I don't know what day that is because I never know what the day of the week that we started at.
We're just started day 5.
Yeah, we started the game on a Wednesday, by the way.
Thank you.
So that would be... Yeah, we're Sunday night. He's not going anywhere. From what you saw of his Facebook post and all that, it's often big party on Friday, sometimes a pre-party on Thursday night. Saturday, it depends. And then Sundays, He just likes a bunch of posts, but doesn't post anything himself.
Cool. So she's gonna park down the block in front of a house, like just slightly down the block, but obeying all the traffic laws, making it look like she's just parking in to visit a house on the block.
There's just to give you a bit of the points of interest around the block. There's if you want, there's a youth leadership center. Think of it like a Y, if you will. And there's a park on like either end of the block.
She'd probably park at the park. She doesn't bother youth kids.
I said a park. No, it's a giant empty lot with grass and trees. It's not a real park. It's
she's gonna park on the street in front of a house that and make it look like she just parked down the street because wherever she's going, the driveway's full.
Yeah, and it is actually the case in most of these houses are. There's room for one car in the driveway, and everyone has like 2 cars. So, yeah. You notice as you drive down the street that you can almost follow along the expansion of this neighborhood of Montreal as the duplexes go from a style that is closer to like the 50s. Then the 60s. Then it sort of jumps to the 80s, but maybe some of them were older and were like renovated. And then you get to like the cookie cutter 90s. We all know what they look like. The same brick front, the same bay window, the same. And it's very, it screams 90s.
Yeah. She judges harshly. Is in his posts, is there like any pictures of who he's living with and his family or anything like that?
It doesn't seem like if there is anyone that lives with him on his pictures, it's never said that he lives with them.
Okay.
The only thing that you noticed was that there was someone, because there's another car in some of the pictures that is parked always at that house.
Is the car parked there now?
Yes. I mean, cool. We're early, late evening, I should say, beginning of the night. The sun has set maybe a half hour, 45 minutes ago. So like would be about like 8:30 p.m.
She's gonna go down next to the house next door, through the driveway there, around to see if, as she kind of approaches, to see like are there any lights on in the house? Where are they? She's gonna do a full case before she breaks in.
Can you make, to start with, I will assume as a professional that you're doing this stealthily.
Yes.
Can you make a dex? Actually, wits in stealth.
Wits and stealth, I can do that too.
Because there's not a whole lot of place, like you'll be out in the open for most of it.
Yeah.
But, if you act
7.
Casual, yeah.
Well, it's also a crit.
No, because it didn't.
No, I have 2 10s.
So that's 4. Why it's 7. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Counting correctly now.
Yeah.
Wow, it's counting correctly.
Yeah, I think it's only when it comes down to the messy crits and the bestial failures that the sheet is like, because it seems to count them separately. But it doesn't mention that it doesn't state that it's a crit. This is a crit.
but it's not a messy crit. So I think what happens is that if it is possible for it to be a messy crit or a messy fail, I think it notes it, but that doesn't mean that it is. Do you know what I mean?
I'm just saying, in addition to the 7 successes, it is actually a crit success.
It is a critical success because it counts as 2 additional successes as you perform your task much faster, stylishly, or more thoroughly than normal.
Yeah.
Basically, in this case, we'll go with the thoroughly more than anything else. And as you look around, so it's kind of hard to go into the back. They have fences, all of them, but the fence that leads to Steve's backyard, and when I say Steve, I mean Steve's house, right? Wherever it is that he lives. The one that leads to his backyard is unlocked. Whereas most of them, you can see there's a lock, like a padlock, literally on the fence. So you can get, because it's a duplex, of course, you can get all 3 sides of the house.
Yeah.
You see that there is a light on, we'll say the side. It's the side and the back, so it seems to be a room in like the back corner. There is a light. It is not a bright light. With your experience and your crit success, you figure it's a not a nightlight, but like a bedside lamp, like a reading lamp,
Okay.
if you will. There's sound, definitely bass, that you can hear coming from the basement. You can't see any light coming from the basement, but you notice that the curtains are all pulled.
Yep.
They're not like sun blocking curtains, like light blocking curtains, but they're thick. They're just naturally thick. And sometimes from the window on the side of the house in the basement, you can see faintly like flashes of light. With your crit, you figure it's probably someone watching a movie with like at very high volume.
It makes life easier for me.
The main floor of the house is dark. The blinds have been drawn on every window. There's just the light that illuminates the front door and basically like the street, the house number. That is still lit up, but it's an older light bulb. It doesn't cast that much light. There is a door and a garage door on the front of the house that leads to the basement. You're not so sure, but you think that the regular door leads probably to like a bachelor.
Yeah.
The bachelor that would not be the place with the music. And that's when it hits you. He probably lives in the bachelor. The other car is probably the car of the people that own the rest of the house.
He lives in the you know.
It would make sense for a single guy in his 20s to rent. Maybe he's renting the basement of like family.
Yeah.
Maybe he has it at a discount or whatever. But thinking about it, like there are 2 cars, but there are also, so it's basically not a real duplex.
Yeah.
Because there's technically 4 apartments in all. But with your thorough critical, the fact that the adjoining basement is basically watching a movie at a very loud level, you think it's going to help in, depending on what you intend to do, but at least it'll muffle things in the bachelor.
It's okay.
The door to the bachelor is closed, locked. And you can see that the window is like this, it's It's very small, and it's like this like foggy glass that were all the rage at some point. That normally you'd have like a pattern drawn out in it that's just not foggy. In this case, it's just all fog.
Yeah, they're types of privacy glasses. Glass. She's gonna. I was like, why knock? She's gonna unlock. She's gonna pick the lock on the door, and just, paying attention to things. Like, I'm assuming she's paid attention if there's like video cameras or
There's
motion
none
sensor
of
lights
that.
or okay. Then
There's
she's
none of
picking the
that.
lock, paying attention if there's an alarm.
So
in
we'll use for that. We'll use the hunting rules.
okay.
Because, it's kind of what you're doing at the moment.
Kind of what she does.
Yeah. So this counts as a basically hipster neighborhood or gentrifying working class
Yeah.
neighborhood. So it's a difficulty 3. So
Okay.
picking the lock is difficulty 3.
Okay.
So you can give me that Dex larceny with breaking and entering and the lockpicks.
Cool. And the lark picks. Cool.
Yep.
5 successes.
Sorry, someone was asking to be fed rather forcefully. 5 successes. Easy peasy. Clickety click. The door's unlocked. You even open it with 5 success, you open it slightly. You notice there's that little chain at the top.
Oh, slides her hand between the door around and up to where it is, slides it off, closing the door slightly, slides it off just enough, drops it, opens the door.
As someone who doesn't have big arms myself, I have done that before.
Mm-hmm.
It was to get back into my own apartment. But yes, also barely managed to do it. But yes. You unhook the chain. You open the door. This bachelor is very small. We're talking it's a 2.5. Basically, one room at the front of the house, a corridor, a room at the back of the house, and in between, a very small bathroom. You can hear, because of poor isolation or soundproofing, you can hear the movie being played. By the neighbors.
Yeah.
It's an action flick.
Okay.
So there's a lot of
She takes a half second to see if she can identify it because she likes movies. She likes going to the movies. She also judges people by their ability to understand and catch her references to movies.
You lean in and listen, and you hear a muffled, "Oh, the Joker!"
Oof.
Christian Bale's soothing voice. As Batman.
Why is he so serious? And then he...
You can also hear there's sound coming from the other room, but it's very faint, like it's echoing from a headset.
Okay. Closes the door. Doesn't lock it, but she closes it behind her.
Mm-hmm.
Makes her way, and again, she's silent as she walks. Doesn't touch anything. just moves straight down the hall, paying attention to like sounds and sights, and if somebody's coming, you know, paying attention for that. But she's fully prepared, and she's going to approach the other room.
At a computer sits the very your very own Steve Langlois.
Is he on camera or headset? Is he on mic?
No, actually, he's editing footage and listening to music. The footage. You make gonna be awareness for sure.
Awareness, wits.
Yeah, let's go with wits and awareness.
Two successes.
You can barely make out what he's editing because he goes very fast. Like he scrubs through his stuff very quickly. It looks like a found footage film.
Oh, well.
And the music that plays in his headset is Bittersweet Symphony.
She has this moment of like looking at this and going, really? Really? You're too young for this shit.
It almost seems like he's trying to match the footage to the tempo of the music.
Oh, he's making a fan edit. I wish him luck.
An anime AM. I should have done that. He's making an anime AMV.
Or any
But no.
fan edit. It's fine.
No. He hasn't heard you because, you know, silence of death.
Yeah, she's gonna come up directly behind him, absolutely silent. And content warning for people playing at home, Flory is a professional murderer. She reaches around and in one motion grabs the back of his head and puts her hand over both his mouth and his nose and holds him in place in the chair.
So you are attempting to choke him.
No, suffocate.
Yeah.
Two different things. And it's a very important distinction here.
This is going to require a check. Because the moment you put your hand on his mouth, he's going to try to.
Yes, I
to
know.
do
That's why I went
something.
for suffocation versus choking.
So can you roll strength and brawl?
Strength or dexterity?
Nope, strength and brawl.
Okay.
And
I can do this.
he is going to do the same.
Well, shit.
You can
Why-
also blood surge.
Yes.
I can, can't I?
Yes.
That blood surge
Yes.
gives up a bonus point to your strength.
I mean, I'm probably gonna do that.
Yeah, with the blood potency. What's your blood potency?
2.
2? Yeah, so it's 1 die.
All right, so it's
So you make a rouse check, and then, well, I mean, it succeeds, and then you make the rouse check to see if that made you hungrier. And I was looking at.
yeah, because I just realized I had built her a different way. It's fine. Well, I got 1 success. Not great. Oh.
And the willpower to reroll
Yeah,
two of those.
and a 10 doesn't explode in this system anymore.
No, and the willpower.
Wait.
Wait.
Only works if
No, you should have rolled 2 dice. Why just 1?
She rolled 3.
I rolled 3.
No, you rolled your 2 hunger, but you should have rolled 3 black dice. one for strength, one for brawl, and one for the blood surge.
Yeah, but that
That's
doesn't
three.
actually do that. That's it. What it does is it takes your hunger dice.
Mhm.
It changes your hunger dice in the pool.
Yeah.
So like you
Oh
take
yeah,
those 3
right.
dice
My
and
bad.
it
My bad.
takes them
Yeah.
into hunger.
No, sorry, I'm mixing up with other World of Darkness games.
One moment. I just need to check one rule here.
because the 10 doesn't explode
Nope.
and I can't re-roll hunger dice.
Hunger dice cannot be re-rolled.
Okay, never mind. I cannot help. I thought I could, but I cannot. I cannot help.
You're not there, unfortunately.
I was just checking wording.
However, you have surprised them, which means that normally your attack should be made at against an easier difficulty. So in this case, what I'll do is I'll remove 2 dice from him. He's also got 1 success. So as you put your hand against like the back of his head and his mouth to cover his mouth and nostrils, he's going to immediately try to, like, he jolts up, but at the same time throws himself back into you. You are still holding on to him, but he will be standing on his feet. But we're gonna do his turn, your turn, his turn, your turn. So
Yeah.
for now, he hasn't broken your
He hasn't
grapple,
broken the grapple. Yeah.
but you realize that he probably could. Seems like the kind of guy who might have had a rough past, so he knows how to tumble a bit.
Sucks to be him.
So what do you do? Oh, also,
things.
let me just change the music.
Yeah, he's probably taller though, right?
He's
like
5'8".
Yeah, she's barely 5 foot. So when he stood up, she shifted her grip so she's no longer holding onto his head, but holding onto like probably pinning his arms.
Oh, I no, the way he's up, he's like if he was playing Limbo right now.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so I'm holding him and
So
it's very
you're still,
uncomfortable.
because technically your grapple still works. Your grapple was you were holding him, so that's how it's just now he's got both his hands on you and like slowly prying your fingers off.
Yeah, she's going to lean around at that time and make eye contact with him. And pop dread gaze.
Ooh. Did you make that rouse check for blood surge?
Oh, I'm hungry, but
Oof.
that's okay. I was planning on eating him anyways.
I know, it's just
It's like I really don't care if I get hungry from this.
and yes, dread gaze. I don't think he can even resist it.
Mortals, this is the weird things. Mortals are.
Oh yeah.
The rules are kind of really awkward.
So if you regardless
Fail.
of if you succeed or fail, he's going to have something. Like
he
it
can't
works
do
on
anything.
mortals no matter what. The thing is how well does it work? It's your charisma presence versus his composure and resolve. So I will roll his composure and resolve.
Plus.
That's 3 successes for him. So it's going to be a difficulty 3.
Okay, well, so, fun fact.
You probably have already like 6 dice.
Oh, crap. I'm gonna spend the willpower and re-roll those 3.
That makes sense.
And that's 3 successes.
3 successes. So that is a win.
Is 5 counted now as a success?
No,
it's just
6. 6 up.
So I was making sure that was on 3.
But right now, He is unable to act other than his own defense for a turn. Technically, oh no, that's vampires. He would run away in fear. So
Yeah, but
he's trying as best he can to like remove your hand from his mouth
Which
with
is not
the
gonna be
sole
good for-
intent to try to run away from you.
Yeah, the problem with that is he's suffocating and I'm not choking him.
I don't think the game makes a big difference on that though.
No, but it does. Can I make an argument for it puts him? It will help me get him unconscious faster
Mm-hmm.
because he's losing oxygen faster.
Yes, he is.
They do have something about suffocation.
Yeah, where is it?
I'm seeing a spell envelop. Let me see.
Yeah, suffocation applies, and I'm doing fun things. Everybody, sorry, we're having to check all the rules.
No, that's okay.
Swirling mist envelops the top of the screen. They're spent all, but in addition, the alchemist must make the mist suffocate a mortal with a contest of wits, alchemy versus stamina survival. On a win, the target can take no action except coughing and choking. On a critical win, the target loses consciousness. The alchemist can only employ envelop on single targets, only in one at a time. So that is how suffocation works with the spell envelop.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Every turn that you're choking him, he's going to make a pure stamina check.
Okay.
I'd say stamina plus survival is what they give you, right?
Oh, okay. Stamina and survival. Well, he doesn't have survival. So
There you go.
it's going to be his pure stamina. Every time he succeeds, he will try to free himself. If he fails, he won't do anything. If he crit fails, then it's over and out.
Yep.
But regardless, in 3 rounds, he loses consciousness.
Okay.
So
that's
he
fair.
basically has 3 rounds to act. Like those like 10 seconds.
Yep.
So here's me rolling the first round. After the Dread Gaze, he's going to try to pry himself away from you. So that would be another contested
contested.
check.
All right.
And
Blood Surge lasts for the scene, correct?
Yes. Yeah. You don't have to do it like over and over and over.
That's what I thought.
However, I do believe that you can do it more than once.
Yeah, you can do it more than once. But I'm not.
No, I just want to see. It's per roll. No, it's to a single roll of the die.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's technically because I only had blood dice now. I have those all successes, but no, not a messy crit.
Yeah.
He's got 2 successes.
Yeah, and I get 3.
And you're hungry.
Wait, that's a messy critical.
No, it's not because it's not 2 10s.
You're right. Again, you have to have 2
Yeah.
10s.
Yeah, I know. I think the sheet just sees 110 and goes messy crit.
Just so that you're like, check it, right?
Yeah. But no, so in this case,
It's not a critical at all, actually.
Yeah, it's not a crit at all. It's
but you succeeded. You needed to beat to meet or beat. So that's his first turn. Do you do something on your first turn?
on my first turn while I'm suffocating him.
Yes, you've done the Dread Gaze, so now we're like 1 turn after.
Oh, he's panicked.
Yeah, he's panicking and he's trying to move your grip, and every time he like succeeds a bit to like try to inhale, you just snap your hand back in.
Yeah, and I'm pinching close to his nose. Content warning for violence. I'm just gonna start because he's in like a computer chair, right?
No, not anymore.
He's up.
Yeah, limbo pose. Like he
okay.
threw himself back. The chair probably was knocked down between
I'm gonna fuck
his.
his life up even more. You want to know why? The number one rule, ladies, if you are shorter and then your attacker is tall, do not attempt to go up, go down. I'm going to just keep hold of his head, hold myself, and sit down on the ground. So now he's bent over even further backwards and welcome to life. He's also, his head would probably be inverted.
Well,
unless, of course, they've come up behind you and lifted you up, in which case you go up and then down.
It's not going well for him. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull him downwards.
All right. Can you make... That would be...
It looks like strength brawl.
Yeah, it would still be a strength brawl, but I'm trying to see if the grappler wins... Yes. Okay, so you can do a strength brawl, and then you can decide if you want that to actually, like, cause... what would be bashing damage for him, superficial damage, or if you just want to hold him down there, or if you want to bite him.
I mean, she kind of does, but at the same time, she kind of needs him to talk in a minute. So what the heck is going on? So okay, so I have to roll again, even though my action was just to maintain the. I won the suffocation.
Yep.
Okay. We'll see what happens on this one.
Yeah, because basically the roll of your suffocate earlier
2 successes
was to basically that's what it.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, I made you roll no, because he would have been freed, you would have brought him down. So that last roll doesn't count.
Just extra.
He'll be able on his second turn of suffocating to try to free himself again. But now you have him down on the floor.
Yeah.
He's trying to spin around, basically to try to find a way to twist your arms so much that, like, you know, your grip fails. At least that's what his oxygen-deprived brain is trying to do. And he's got 3 successes. Actually, 2 10s, so he's got 5 successes on that one. So, can you make a strength brawl, please?
But wait, so I'm confused on the order of what we did here. Right? Because he tried to break the grapple. You ruled that I had to roll for it. I didn't. I held him and then pulled him straight down. You made me roll a second time and said that we didn't need it. But that second time is against this new roll that he had. So
well,
I still maintain.
We can keep the roll that I said you didn't need.
Yeah, so the 2 to 2 is equal.
But he rolled 5 successes.
But why did he get to roll 5 successes?
Because he succeeded on his so his stamina check is just to see if he can act on his turn, period.
Okay, I misunderstood. All right.
So yeah, so he can act.
Well, in that case, I'm going to change things up. You know, I'm just going to bite him.
Okay. Roll that bite attack.
Which is what?
Bite, I have it here, 213. A bite attack would be... Yeah, I know that it's... Well, it's a melee attack, so it's strength and brawl. But you do not have any... Because you're going to bite him as he...
Yeah.
Technically would free himself, but right now the bite is still done with him grappled.
So the bite is done with him grappled, and therefore doesn't it auto succeed when it counts if he's already grappled?
No, you just don't have the -2 dice that you would have normally.
Okay.
Yeah, that was when I was trying to bite that guy. I was like minus a lot because I was like minus a lot.
Yeah, unless basically the way they do it is, you know, unless you're grappling someone trying to grapple, not grapple, but bite without the grapple. It's kind of weird. And they don't want you to just snap at people anymore.
Also, I suppose it's kind of awkward if like you're not actually even touching them. Just try to get your fangs in there.
So I succeed on biting him.
Yeah, so that's 2 aggravated damage he takes. Which
I don't think he then can break the grapple on.
Unless he has more than 2 health. So
Okay.
he would, but give me just a second. Because you're feeding on him with a bite attack.
Yeah, because I didn't think
your
I didn't think
hunger is
mortals-
going to.
I didn't think mortals could take aggravated damage.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
It's very, very bad for them when they.
It's just it. Yeah.
They can. It's just exceedingly bad.
He's not going to heal for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Bite the foe for 2 aggravated damage. Yes, I know that. Slaking hunger.
And automatically drop 1 hunger.
I think it's 1 or 2. That's what I'm trying to find. Bite attacks. There we go. Okay, Vampire Fangs always do 2 points of damage on a brawl. On turns following a successful bite attack, you can feed from the target.
Okay, so I have to feed on him before he does this.
Yeah. So basically, you bit him, and you were going to start, and he managed to push you, and he gets up, holding like his neck, and he's like, but the dread gaze is still up.
Yeah. And I'm between him and the door.
Yeah. So he's going. That was his action was to get up. Right. Now next turn, you know he's going to try to get past you.
Ugh.
What do you do? Because you react a lot faster than a mortal.
Yes, I do.
Especially a bleeding, almost passed out mortal. It's a gamble, but you could let him run, because in his state, he might not be able to make it to the door.
Yeah, but I don't like a mess.
No, and there's gonna be an awful lot of blood if he starts running around.
Arterial spray from the neck is mess. There's just nothing
Yeah.
about that. That would be otherwise. So she's like, fuck this shit. I was attempting to be polite and just keep him in one place, but screw it, I'm gonna fuck with his brain. She's going to use chemistry. Because that's something I can do a lot better than strength shit. She ain't strong, people. I'm sorry.
You're sneaky.
I'm very sneaky. I'm sneaky, and I mess with your mind. It's what I do. I should have started with that first. Fuck this shit.
Look, you were hungry.
I was. So she's going to pop off a chemistry and just make it look like there's nothing. He can't see anything.
Oh, okay.
Like he's-
Basic chemistry, or are you going for Fata Morgana?
Ooh, no, I should go with Fata Morgana.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They're both a rouse check, but
Yeah, but it's just the difference is, if you do chemistry, you're going to reappear sooner than if you do Fata Morgana.
yeah. So she's gonna do Fata Morgana, and here we go. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3.
You're just targeting his eyes, basically, his sight.
His sense of sight that he's just suddenly cannot see.
So it's the difficulty 1.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you wanted to change the entire room.
Nah, not yet.
All right.
5 successes. There we go. That's better. That's what I wanted to see.
Listen, he would think that he has a reason to think that something's going on, but honestly,
You can attempt
Yeah.
to roll against it.
yeah, no. He basically just starts looking left and right, and charges forward. Stumbles forward, because now everything is empty. And he's going for the bathroom.
Yeah.
Do you let him pass and into the bathroom?
No, because there's a door where I am, right?
Yes, he's gonna have to go through you, but I want to know, since you're invisible, do you let him?
She closed the door to the room when she came in.
Oh, then he would lunge at the door to try to open it, but you're in front of it.
Yeah, and she's just holding it closed. Like, she steps out of the way so he can't stumble into her, and she just holds the door closed.
He puts his hands over your hand, trying to like wiggle the doorknob. But yeah, not enough on an awareness check, so he doesn't understand and he doesn't feel.
Mm-hmm.
Or he does feel, but it doesn't register. Anyway, it's unimportant. The result is the same. He's freaking out and he's losing blood. And you can see him starting to waver and get woozy.
Can I, now that he's in this state, she's going to...
I would say if you want to knock him out or something.
Yeah, knock him out.
That would be a difficulty 1 roll.
Okay.
Because
she's going to knock him out.
You're invisible.
Mm-hmm.
He's wounded. He is starting to get his oxygen back, but he's hyperventilating more than anything.
And he's also bleeding from the neck.
Yep. So that would be
1 success.
1 success. So just with one quick hit of like your...
She just, as he comes up on the door, she's just going to take his head and right into the door frame.
Bam! It leaves like a blotch of red from the neck wound more than anything.
She'll clean that up, but she's also going to have dinner.
He falls unconscious.
Yes, I don't want him dead. I want him unconscious, and I'm going to drink.
You're going to drink.
Mm-hmm.
Enough to go back to 0 or just go back to 1?
No, I need to go back to 1 because I have to ask this motherfucker questions.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I just needed to know.
I will kill him at some point, but I need to know who he talked to.
So...
And unlike some people, I remember that we're here to do an interrogation and then a murder, not a murder and a dismemberment.
That was my beast.
Mm-hmm.
Beasts say do stuff and you do the stuff.
So
yeah.
He's down for the count. Unconscious. You have slaked your thirst, hunger on him.
Yeah.
But before he wakes up, we're going to pan over to another part of the island.
I'm just going to say before we go, because she is a professional, his wrists and ankles are duct taped and so is his mouth.
And I figure you've locked the door to his apartment and you're going to have about an hour and a half before he wakes up.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'm going to be doing in that apartment, like that computer. And there's a very nice, easy shower curtain right here. Life is going to be a lot easier.
So, other end of the island. I'll start with, let's start with Lucky. Let's leave Arthur to stew a little.
Lucky will not take too long. It's Sunday. He's gonna go home, have dinner, and quickly, and he's probably going to. He doesn't actually eat dinner with his family, but he's at the dinner table with them as they eat.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
He is. I think he's going to, because you can get a flight. You can get a flight to Halifax or Montreal on Porter Air or Flair Air right after, like at 8. So I checked, the sun is already down, so you can get a flight, get there to Halifax by 10 p.m. and he can be there in an hour and a half to Halifax. So
Are you thinking of ditching town?
Yeah, he's going to go to Halifax. He wants to go to Halifax and come back. He wants to spend the night in Halifax, basically. But it's like a 12-hour drive, so he cannot drive there in time to get there and come back. So he would get tickets to fly out to Halifax to spend the night there and then come back.
Miss Desmond can definitely drive you there.
To the airport.
Yeah. I don't remember if we still had 2 airports at that point.
Yeah. He would...
oh, yeah. The Mirabelle had been closed for like almost
because
20
it's
years.
a Sunday, and I figure on Sunday he probably doesn't have practice. So I think after the dream, I think he would go to Halifax for the night. And then, make sure he can get a flight back in the morning.
Before sunrise?
Yeah, before sunrise, yeah.
All right.
Like cause it's only an hour and a half, little puddle jumper. So like head out and then get a flight back early enough. So I think he'd be in Halifax for the night.
Okay. So in a quick succession of shots, there's the family dinner. There's the,
And
you
listen
being
to
driven.
What his brother had been doing. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, it's
his brother.
kind of interesting in the sense that there's apparently he had a run-in with social services.
What happened?
He got into a fight with someone,
With who?
like on the street, a full-on, no holds barred fight. Because there's basically these 2 guys who were harassing an elderly man who was just trying to walk home with his little walker after doing the groceries. So he had like his bag, and he did not enjoy seeing the 2 of them basically push the old man around. And when they literally pushed him and he fell down, that's when he blew a gasket and he went in and just beat the shit out of them. Actually, when you look at him, aside from a very small bruise on like the back of his neck, he either cleaned up very well or they barely got any hit. Unfortunately, the cops saw it. And while he wasn't arrested, not sent to, the jail at the police station, waiting for mom to pick him up, they did, at the station, ran like an extensive interview, blah, 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 and then they decided that the best thing to do for him was to call social services so they can come and evaluate his living conditions here.
When?
That would happen like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Yolande's son, if I remember correctly, he's a young adult. Young adult, right?
Because she's not young, right?
Yolande is 56.
Yeah.
But I thought her son, whose name we don't have, but I'll come up with one. But Yolande's son, I thought she would have probably had him when she was like 35, 36. Kind of late.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
So he's
like
20,
19, 20.
Yeah. So he's a full-blown adult, but they think that he might have, anger management issues, and he lives with his brother and his mom, and they want to, sort of see should we basically put the guy on the list type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's all very The feeling you get is someone's building a file on him so that it's easier to just arrest him for whatever at some point and get him off the streets.
Uh, this- who was the old man?
Didn't ask his name when everything was over. The old guy had already left, but I think I've seen him around the block somewhere because I remember like the cap he was wearing.
Who are these two?
Two shits, I don't fucking know their names.
I need to know who they are.
He gives you a description of them. Basically, guys in hoodies and jeans. Though one of them had like brand spanking new shoes.
Do you take photos of them on your phone?
No, I was walking home. It's just I saw it and I mean, what the fuck? You don't do that.
No, you don't. You don't disrespect elders.
So
I need to find out who they are.
I mean, if I see them again, I'll tell you.
Please do that. There's a vibe. And
Yolan kind of, she understands the vibe.
Yeah.
She's also, there's a mix of pride and disappointment in her son.
Yeah.
Not disappointment, I would say more like, she worries.
Yeah. And he says, he turns to his mom. Should I stay out in Halifax for tomorrow as well?
Huh. No. Well, it's up to you, but they're not going to come at night.
But I might be, if I were home, I'd be sleeping.
Oh, yeah.
I'll stay in Halifax for the night. Yeah.
For 2 nights?
Well, for me, it's one day. I'll come back tomorrow night. I want to know, he says to his brother, who they are. And if you know who it was they pushed, I want to know that. They're only looking for an excuse.
Cops?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But like,
You have protectors. That's what I'm here for.
yeah, I guess. All right. Yeah.
What you did was honorable, but you always have to watch out.
Yeah, no, the fucking pigs are just looking for an excuse to fucking arrest anyone. And the old man didn't even... I mean, he could have stayed. I'm not angry at him for not staying. But, like, I never saw him at the station either. So I know he didn't complain or anything. And the two guys, they just ran away. So... I mean, they can't sue me. That's just impossible.
Oh, they could.
Not in Quebec.
Listen,
But, like, I mean, if they call the cops and all that, they'll find a fucking reason to just put me away or put me on a file or whatever.
no. This is why I'm here. There's always a sacrifice that must be made for the community. Someone who takes on those burdens so that others don't have to. Because they will take everyone down, but one person is the focus for all of those things, so that we can be safe and survive. And that has always been my role. I will take care of them. You don't have to take on that burden. I'm proud of you for standing up for him, because there's nothing more important than the elders of our community. They hold our stories and our history. They hold all of the knowledge of our community that you will not learn in other places, that would be destroyed. They are our blood and our life. And they will destroy those things, as they have done for hundreds of years, with any excuse. And so, someone must be sacrificed to walk, to protect us when those will not.
Yolan puts a hand on yours, but she looks at her son. You know what? I'm gonna find him a name right away. How about David?
Yes.
So she looks at David, and she, with a hand on your hand, and she just says in a almost like a musing, but David, tell Lucky why you did what you did. And she turns to you and just whispers, "It's because of a girl." And like, David looks down a bit. Mom. I met a girl. We had good times. I was riding high when I come home, saw the guy. End of story, man.
No. It's good. What you have is that you can continue on the line, the community, the family. And it is important.
Whoa, hey, I'm not gonna fucking marry a girl I just met. Like, come on.
I mean, you have life. Life for you is to be kept. Otherwise, we'll all be forgotten and lost. So maybe you are showing off or feeling good, and that's good. That's life. That is something that you should keep hold of. It's why I exist, so you may have life. All of it. Falling in love, enjoying this poutine and tasting it. All of that. So don't be embarrassed. It's good. Passion.
Yeah. Yeah, life and shit.
Yeah.
So why are you going to Halifax?
That's where we're from.
I mean,
And there are ghosts that need to be remembered. I need to pay honor to our ancestors. We can never forget what matters, what we have lost, why I was born twice. So I'm going to remind myself. I'll be back.
You know that David has never asked any questions about your condition. You can see tonight that it's burning him. Like, he wants to ask, but he doesn't.
David, why don't you come with me?
He looks at his mom. Yolande looks at you, and you can see in her eyes, she's saying, what are you going to do?
He smiles. I think he should see our home. I'll tell him stories of what it was, so he can know why all this matters.
Just show him the home?
Just.
Nothing else.
No. I'm here to protect the community.
Oh, I mean, if you have the money.
I think tickets are a bit cheap to Halifax.
Yeah, no one wants to go there. But yeah, I have a few hundreds saved up, so... I mean, by a few, I mean 2, but... yeah.
Come on, David, pack up. And, Mom, you can talk to social services on Monday?
Yeah, I will. Don't worry. Not the first time I get one of them snooping around.
Yeah. I'm gonna show him where the old church was. Everything. Come on, we gotta pack. Gotta catch a flight.
And with that, he goes pack in very light, because you're going there basically overnight.
It'll basically like fly out there, spend some time, get like a place where we can stay and keep all the lights out for the day, and then fly back.
And he'll be there to protect you during the day. And then come back. So, we fast forward. You're driven to the airport. Plane flies. You are, however, going to have to make a Plush of Life roll.
I know it.
That famous rouse check.
I succeeded.
Because, you know,
Good.
that famous France check. Thank you, TTS.
Because you cannot be the France check. We're not going to France. We're going to Halifax. It's different.
Acadia. I mean,
Yeah. And it'll be, and he'll just sort of like text right to Artie and Flory. I hope your stuff is going well. I'll see you tomorrow, right? And yeah, they're gonna fly out.
All right.
To the very cosmopolitan and exciting city of Halifax. Actually, the outskirts of Halifax. Don't even worry about it.
It's big city.
Moving on to Arthur. Hello, Arthur. How's it going?
Hi. There's lots of typing happening. In order to get what we need, there needs to be a significant amount of emails and hands greased. So a lot of different charitable organizations are going to get significant donations. Make a bit of a splash.
I have a question for you. Actually, it's a question for the players and then for you. Have you told Arthur about the Brothers of Charity?
Flory did.
Yeah, Flory
texted. Lucky doesn't know that Flory told Artie.
Then, my second question is for Arthur. Do you give to the Brothers of Charity?
That's the church.
It is a charitable organization.
We don't mess with the church.
With the Jesuits. I'm just saying,
No.
The Brothers of Charity do not have ties
No,
to
it's
the
not the
Jesuits.
Jesuits.
They're competing institutions, and the two of them can't have very strong theological differences.
And also, they're the Jets and the Sharks. There's a lot of like dance battles, but between them, it's very exciting.
Okay, so they're not tied to the church.
No, the Brothers of Charity are tied to the church, but they're just a different cloistered order.
Yeah.
Still, I am not a keeper. I do not want ties to any church.
Mm-hmm.
I remember distinctly being told about the Inquisition. Nope. We do not in any way touch that. That is kryptonite, and I am Superman. Nope.
Good enough. Just checking. There are a lot of charitable organizations.
Consider the charitable organizations tied to the local churches persona non grata.
Good.
We are strictly mundane, nowhere tied to any religion. Secular. No, so
There's a whole lot of them anyway.
Well, like whatever the local police benevolent society is.
Yeah, we have there's a thing called Soundtrade, Centeraid, basically. It's the I think might be known as United Way. I know in the rest of Canada, I don't know if they exist in
yeah, we've got the United Way.
Okay, so yeah, United Way is a big one here. There's the oh my god, what is it again? The Molson something. For homeless people. Dans la rue is the name. On the street is the name of the organism. But there's also a thing about, I don't remember. But anyway, there's like quite a few. Yeah, the Old Brewery Mission. That's what it's called.
So through a few lovely shill companies, we're going to make a number of charitable donations to a number of orgs. Those tied with local social services, the police, hospitals. Might as well do a historical preservation societies in town. A number of different organizations to get our fingers in. And make sure that there's a number of zeros behind those emails that they will pay attention when the name comes up again.
After the session, if you want to give me like sectors, if you will, that you are aiming for, give me like 4 or 5, and those will be.
I'll make the wish list.
Sure.
But yeah, that is what a good portion of the evening is doing, because first we need to make a splash, then we can start asking for things because they will have received the money.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a slow process to start building influence in these orgs. Because right now, to Arthur's horror, this place is the Wild West.
It very much is.
And it seems like all these people, even those of like from the tower, have spent very little of their resources to gain footholds, to his shock and dismay. And it's like, okay, if you're seeding the city, I'll take her. So yeah, that's a good portion of the night. Might like look through some of those news reports given the Wildcat situation previous, see if there's any more rumblings. is somebody picked up that story and is digging, or has it gone radio silent already?
It's been picked up. It's now been like 3 days since it happened, and there's like a very small column on like page 9 of the Montreal paper. And
gotta love you, man.
It's basically saying like gang violence in a school. Like, what's going on? What the hell are the youths up to if there's now turf wars in CJEPs, you know?
I'm noting the name of this reporter.
I will not give the name, because the name that Al almost gave is an actual name of an actual reporter that works for them. I have opinions.
Okay.
So
well,
let me
gonna make fast friends because you're useful.
Shit. If I translate his name in English, that's not good. The very quick translation is Dick Hammer. So let's find something else.
Well, we have Army Hammer. We can have Dick Hammer.
Richard Hammer. You just call him Richard
No,
Hammer.
that's Richard is his first name.
Yeah, Richard Hammer.
But yeah, we can go with Richard Hammer.
Because you know Dick is a nickname for Richard,
yep.
And then you get it.
Yeah. No. Mr. Hammer is going to be someone of interest in the future because we need to make friends. You sweet, beautiful kind, you. I'm gonna make use of you for as long as you live. And just okay, cool. So we need to use some after school programs. After reading that, it's just like, okay, let's find all these after school youth targeting programs through multiple organizations, and all of a sudden, like, we're going to play into the narrative.
Yeah, it's aside from his column about it, like, the other let's call them more serious news agency, they don't talk about it. Like, they mention that there was an altercation that resulted in 1 dead, but that's it. They're not trying to stoke any fire or...
This isn't some sort of thing where they're going to dive deeper. They have ran the story. It bleeds, but it's not any one juicy enough to keep with it. It's not a flashpoint for outrage. So it's, you report on it and then it dies.
Yep.
Great. So we're going to play into Mr. Hammer's narrative. That way we can cultivate him later. But also, like, okay, so after school programs, start taking care of that. And we're going to throw some, that's something we need to help with this entire narrative. Little Italy is going to get a new cultural center. I'm going to start making phone calls, see if there's a piece of property that can be developed into some sort of like community space.
It's so the old guys can have a place to play pinochle.
Well,
and bet on horses.
The old guys can play pinochle. The young folks in the classrooms can have like arts outreach. There's probably going to be a racquetball court because, again, you're up north. You need stuff to do when it's cold as fuck outside. Basketball half court, that sort of thing, all indoors. And there will be definitely summer camp programs because there has to be. So yeah, we'll see about funding one of those and getting to work on that. Because one, that helps, dig my tentacles deeper into this section of town. It also plays into the overall city narrative we're trying to weave.
All right.
And that's going to probably be my evening, is writing all these emails, finding these properties, and talking to my finance folk, going, we need to move this money here. And by the end of the night, we're probably going to have 6 new shell corporations that just popped up local, and their addresses are all in the same building as Hunter's Green.
Good.
That's it for me.
A lot of paper shuffling, a lot of emails, a lot of work. And further northeast on the island, someone else is doing a lot of work. Probably not shuffling papers, though. Flory, you've had an hour and a half before Steve woke up. What have you been doing during that time?
Cleaned up any of the blood. Paper towels, baking soda, vinegar, Dawn dishwashing detergent.
He is very low on, like, everything.
It's okay. The basics are easy to find. Like hand soap, soap, and she's gonna make it work. She makes it work with. She's worked with less.
Yeah. It's just a like when you open the cabinet doors, there's just a sigh of
Ugh. I hate dealing with bachelors. They never. And she has this moment where she's going to keep a running commentary in like a low, like below the volume of the TV next door. There's just stuff like, if you had taken the time, you could just get away with just olive oil, salt, pepper, garlic. You have it, and you're fine. And you don't. What is this? You stole ketchup packets from the McDonald's to keep in your drawer? What is this? Oh, and you stole you stole the utensils too. You stole the utensils. You'd be less impact on the environment if you just bought a set. You can get like a set of 4, easy, done, wash them, and she's making like all of these judgments about his existence that he can't hear, but she's enjoying. Flory is judging him for only having a packet drawer and not for having like other things.
a full packet drawer replaces a full pantry.
No, it doesn't.
No, but that's probably his motto.
Yeah. And she's also at the same time, one of the things she carries on her is a bunch of USBs. She's just downloading his full hard drive.
So
His
then
hard drive's
you would see the video he's working on.
Yes. His hard drive is going to have an accident in the near future, but she wants to make sure she has everything off of it.
It looks exactly like the video you saw. Just, it's not in the same place, as in it's still underground in this weird sort of like dungeon where the walls are sometimes flesh colored, sometimes blackened, with like faces in it contorting, and there's a lot of gunshots going off, a lot of, well, you recognize them for what they are, a lot of kindred dying. The video all in all lasts 6 minutes, and he's trying to cut it down to remove parts of it where it's just the person with the camera walking, moving through corridors and, flashing a flashlight in empty rooms. There is one person who just gets cleaved in, like a human, cleaved in half by a kindred wielding a longsword. And the kindred turns around and only too late is just shot by like 20, 30, maybe 50 rounds, and eventually falls down before someone moves up to it and blows its head off with a shotgun.
She's going to see, because he's trying to cut it. Did he get this original, or did he download it from somewhere?
He make an intelligence and
Investigation?
well, we'll do both. Intelligence investigation and intelligence technology.
Okay.
Because there are
well,
things you can learn with each,
one of them's
but
gonna be
we'll
a
just
lot
like
better than the
merge
other.
them together.
All right.
Because learning about metadata on files and all that is something that fits more technology than investigation. But snooping around everything he owns is investigation.
Oh wait, that shouldn't have. That rolled wrong. Hold on, let me fix that. Why did it roll like that?
No, I mean it rolled 6 dice.
No, but it shouldn't have rolled 6 dice. There we go. It should only have rolled 4 dice.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I thought.
I was like, I didn't put any modifiers in there. I was like, what the heck just happened?
That's your investigation. Can you also roll tech right away?
Sure. It's not gonna. It's just gonna.
I don't know. It's going to tell a story for sure.
So I roll a bestial failure on the tech roll where I have nothing in it.
Yeah. But that works.
It's okay. I'm going to eat him.
So-
He'll be fine.
You through that bestial failure. Of course, you slowly feel the compulsion, but in this case, we're not going to go with just compulsion. We're going to go with something a little different. You watch that footage maybe like 3, 5, 8 times, kind of losing track of time. Because there's something in it. It's not the kindred with the sword or the... They were hoarding artwork.
Oh.
Like old world shit in that place. The camera shines on it very quickly as the cameraman does like this swoop in, this swoop in an empty room. And like you didn't bother the first time, but then your beast knows about the thrill of that little, let's call it a spat that you have with your nemesis.
Spat is.
A century spanning spat.
I think spat is an understatement. I think Flory would say that spat is an understatement.
Yeah.
A tiff?
No. She has sworn vendetta against this asshole.
Yeah.
Fuck spat.
And you realize that Mehmet would have never dealt with the people here, for sure.
Of course not. He's too much of a venture asshole. These are all Sabat.
But think about the worth this could have in bait to trap him if you wanted. So you kept not scrubbing the video, but yeah, scrubbing the video to try to see exactly what it is. And that's your bestial failure, is you've spent all of your time focused on that, and unfortunately didn't find anything more from the footage.
It's okay. She was still copying it, but she was looking.
Yes. What you did find is that this video and the other one, they're not native to his computer. Well, I mean, they would have had to come from a camera,
Yeah,
right?
he
But they were sent by someone. Like, you just
they
opened
were
up his
sent to
email.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By his brother-in-law.
Oh, his brother-in-law. Who is his brother-in-law?
Yeah, the brother-in-law is not super careful.
No, probably
Guy-
not. I bet he's clicks on phishing emails.
Maybe. But then again, maybe not. Lieutenant Emmanuel Munoz of the MPD Special Task Force Division might not be the brightest or the sharpest tool in the shed. But, you know, he's, from what you saw in the emails, doing his brother-in-law a solid. Steve wanted to start a YouTube. Steve is bad at it. Horrible at it. But then Steve got one good idea one night. No one does body cam footage reaction videos. We're in 2014. This would be groundbreaking. He knows his brother-in-law is an LEO. He reached out to him. And he's like, man, can you try? Can you? And a year ago, Emmanuel sent 2 videos to Steve. He's like, do what you want with it. This is probably the thing that is like, you know, he said, you know, in the original email, like, this is your, this is going to be like your golden goose. This is your golden ticket. This is what you need, your holy grail. I wasn't supposed to bring the body cam down, but I got picked up for a fucked up raid. And here's what happened that night. It's like a video game. It's like one of your video games, is what he says. Then a couple of emails later, Emmanuel is like, you know, maybe we should split the money from your YouTube channel 50-50 once you get it off the ground, because, you know, I risked my job and my livelihood for you for that. So, I mean, come on. So at first, you know, Emmanuel, Lieutenant Munoz, was kind of wanting to help a family member.
Yeah.
Then wanted to make kind of get something out of it. And then Emmanuel Munoz got fired from the force.
Oh, he wasn't supposed to take that video footage, was he?
So he decided that, you know what? We're going to go full in on that YouTube channel.
Aww.
And you get so many other videos. Mind you, all of the other videos, there's nothing supernatural about them. But you kind of glean from the email that ex-Lieutenant Munoz hacked into the SQ database, and he just took, like, you know, got frustrated that he was fired. So in like this one last like act of defiance, got as many as he could. And he's going on trial soon.
Oh, for what?
Leaking evidence, tampering with evidence.
I'm saying, was he arrested for the leaking of evidence, or was he going on trial for something else? In which case, I would possibly call a newspaper reporter and maybe.
Oh
add
yeah,
the
no.
leaking of
It's
the
tampering.
evidence
It's tampering with evidence, but it's very much on the hush hush.
Oh, okay.
Because, you know, the cops apparently don't seem to know that Steve has a copy of these things. So Emmanuel wasn't like a complete fool.
Yeah.
He did a few things right. But also, Emmanuel reassures Steve's in his last email that it doesn't matter the outcome of the trial. They're gonna take me back. Because I know things. I know what they are.
So she downloads everything off of his hard drives. And then...
So, if you do, can you just make a note on your sheet?
Yeah.
You have a thing
Mm-hmm.
through these videos, right? These purely mundane videos, okay?
Yeah.
That we're gonna call MPD blackmail material. You know,
Yep.
planting
Yep.
evidence.
She's got plans for. She's got ideas for that. She's going to talk
Not-
to Artie
yeah.
about it.
So, by the
afterwards.
way, in Quebec, an LEO, a cop firing a gun, makes the news because it doesn't happen. Not a whole lot.
Mhm.
That's what apparently people seem to think, because judging by these videos very quickly, it tends to happen a whole damn lot.
Oh, it's okay. She's going to hold on to all of this.
So the videos,
Mhm.
they give you a +2 to any subterfuge or intimidation rolls.
Oh, it's
to-
like you know what she does.
I mean,
Yeah.
also in his computer room drawer,
Mhm.
for some reason, there is a pocket knife in the beginning of a steak.
Oh, she gonna take that. She's gonna slide the wooden stake into her bag. She's gonna take
It's
the knife.
not even a steak yet. Like,
Yeah. She's gonna take the knife, and she's probably about this point. She's like, "Oh, he should be waking up soon," and gonna lean over him and flick the knife open. It's like a Swiss Army pocket knife, or is it a switchblade?
no, it's a Swiss Army pocket knife. Like, it's a...
Oh, she's gonna take that. She's just gonna set it in the middle of his chest, and then just like lean over him and like pat his cheek. But he's she's just gonna pat him on the cheek, but she's got him duct taped. She's his wrist behind his back and his ankles, and she's
Mhm.
sitting on his chest.
Before we go any farther,
Mhm.
I will do something. I have described the manual to all of you,
Mhm.
your viewers. Unfortunately, you cannot view the Legend Keeper, but I have sent the Legend Keeper. Emmanuel's face claim is someone we all know.
You can't do that to him. No, I reject this one.
I did this on purpose.
I reject this.
So,
I reject this
dear,
so hard.
dear
I
chat,
accept it.
my face claim
Oh.
for Emmanuel Munoz is none other than Pedro Pascal.
I reject this so hard.
Vampire is a game of hard choices.
No, it's not. Not that hard.
He's
guys.
But yes, so he stirs awake.
Yeah, she's sitting on him.
And he's like, the first thing he's going to... Oh, did you bandage his...
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He can't bleed out until after she confirms that this is everything.
So yeah, his first move is going to try to touch the bandage. Do you let him?
No, he can't because his
Oh no,
fists are bound.
So he's just gonna...
and
you
he's
know,
got duct tape across his mouth.
He panics. Panics immediately.
I could pull the very stylish thing where I draw little lips on the duct tape and for you, but I don't think that works for you. You're not that cute. She's gonna flick the middle of his forehead. Now, are you paying attention?
And he stares at you with like wide eyes.
I have 2 questions for you. No, they're just yes or no. You can nod your head or shake it. You don't need me to take the tape off. What, do you think I'm an amateur? She flicks him in the little forehead again. Is this all the video footage you have?
And you see he like cranes his neck to look at his computer. What state is the computer in at that point?
Oh, the computer is off and unplugged and plugged in. But what she's done is she's taken 2 seconds and taken that pocket knife and just a little bit at the junction of the plug, the plug end of the plug to the computer, and at the junction to the computer end, making a couple little slits in the insulation of the wire.
He doesn't
He's
appear
not
to
gonna
have
see
seen
that
it.
from where
No,
he's-
he doesn't see
It's
it right
just
now.
off. He can see it's just off.
Yeah,
Right there.
so he's like, and he stares at you. I'm back at the computer.
Oh, the computer is your life, isn't it? You can't get a girlfriend or a boyfriend or anything in between.
He just stares at you, and you can hear his heartbeat from fear. He knows what you are.
I know.
It's hard to think, like, it's one thing to think that it's real because you see footage of it. It's another thing when you live it. It's one thing to see a dead person on TV. It's another one to see a dead person in front of you.
Yeah.
In this case, the dead person is walking and talking.
And she hasn't done Blush of Life because she doesn't want to. Focus. So, why did you choose? You chose to give that video to Joey, didn't you? Yes or no?
It's like a yes, but from what you can understand.
Here's what's going to happen. And she kind of puts her hand around his throat. I'm going to take this tape off. You're going to talk. You're not going to scream. Any attempt to scream, and I'm just going to crush your windpipe right now. Because I have most of what I need, and I don't necessarily need you alive. Good. And she's just going to rip the duct tape off his face.
You remember on his like face, his image, he has
Yeah,
like
I
that
know.
little, like the soft mustache. Yeah, half of it just tore off.
She hated it. It was going anyway.
Here goes 3 years of trying to grow it. I gave it to him. I gave it to him, but I didn't sell it to him.
Why did you give it to Joe?
So I got scared. A guy came out of a. I thought I came out of the apartment. I thought he was like one of you or some shit. Well, came into the apartment. Sorry, came into the apartment as I was getting out. I just shoved everything I had, hoping to, it would slow him down or something, and then I ran. I ran home.
What apartment was this? Because you obviously live here. So why were you somewhere else?
He gives you the same
Yeah.
apartment.
Address.
Trying to doing some digging of my own.
Oh, you're trying to be investigative reporter. That never ends well. Also,
I'll stop
really, why-
investigating. I'll stop everything. I don't know. I don't know you exist. I don't.
And she pulls the stake out from her, like, the front pocket of her jogging outfit. It's like,
Looks almost more like a dildo at this rate.
she kind of holds it as like, this is not going to kill anyone. If you wanted to kill somebody with this, you would have to take a lot of time and effort. It takes 7.5 grams of pressure per square inch to puncture skin. To stake someone, you need to go through the rib cage and the breastbone to hit the heart. This, and she just takes the end of it and snaps it, is not going to puncture anything. There's no, you can't do anything with this.
Okay. I didn't know. I don't know. Look. I thought it was a good idea. I thought it's. I'll give you all the money I made with it.
Your good idea was taken from your brother-in-law, who's been arrested for compromising evidence. I think your judgment is messed with here. I honestly have some concerns. But I don't need to have a lot of them. So, anything else you would like to tell me?
I don't know. Did you drink my blood?
Yes, it didn't taste very good. You need to have more iron in your diet. Vegetables are good for you. Also, seasonings you can buy cheaply. Garlic, salt, pepper. You don't need to steal from the McDonald's.
I swear if you leave me alive, I'll never go to McDonald's again.
You're not that cute. And she will drink him fully.
You know you are prepared to kill a human.
You say that this is the first time she has.
I'm just saying there are consequences to this.
Well, no, she's going to drink him to unconsciousness here. She's not going to kill him here.
Okay. That's what I thought by drinking dry.
No. She's going to drink. She's going to drink him unconscious. And, because she doesn't want to kill him here. Because she's pretty sure she has all of the information she needs. From him. He is going to die. But he can't die here, and he can't die, and there might be other questions that might need to be asked. So she's going to take a to-go order.
Okay.
And as she does so, she's just going to take 2 seconds and stop next to the plug that's plugged into the computer. And she's just going to take that pocket knife and just scratch down the grounding to short out the wire. To start an electrical fire.
One of our chronicle tenets is to worry about collateral. This is not you worrying about collateral.
Oh, this is me starting the fire here. I didn't say that I wasn't going to, pull a fire alarm as I walked out the door.
There are no fire alarms in his place.
He has to have a smoke alarm.
Oh yeah, he's got one, but I mean, it doesn't mean that the firefighters are going to get here on time.
No, but setting off the smoke alarm is going to set off all the smoke alarms in the building.
Yes, but I'm just saying, there is a possibility. I just need to tell you because that's what one of the tenet is.
No. Yes. She's going to start it. She's going to start the fire. By this point, it's late enough, right? It's like after midnight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got there... Well, no, because you got there like at 9. You cased the joint, you went in, blah, blah, blah. Let's say 9:30. Then waited 2 hours. It would be like 11.
Okay, 11 o'clock. So
like,
it's mostly
Batman is done.
Batman is done. Cool. She's going to put the fire alarm off, because if the Batman's no longer running next door, then given how thin these walls are, they're going to go off next door as well with the smoke detector. And she's going to let the smoke... she's going to carry him out unconscious, which, he's not dead, but like in one of the bushes, and then promptly pull a panicked, concerned citizen going up to the door and going, "Oh no, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you all right? Are you all right?"
Going to his door or the door of the neighbor?
No, so she's going to take him out
Mhm,
because it's an
mhm.
electrical fire. It's not going to spread that quickly, right?
No.
So she's going to take him, put him in the car. The smoke alarm is going off. She's then going to run up to the door of the building and start hammering on the door of the building and ringing the bell in multiple on either side of the duplex and going, "Oh, is anybody in there? I smell smoke. Are you okay? Are you okay?"
There's someone that will open the door.
Yes. She's like, "Are you all right? I smell smoke. Do you see? Are you all right?"
Do you activate Blush of Life?
Yeah, she would have activated Blush of Life at this point.
Can I get the rouse check?
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah.
And anyway, you could just go back in. There basically there is left in him.
Yeah.
There are the equivalent of 2 hunger left in him.
Yep.
But yeah, so you don't look like a dead creature,
No,
and
I look like a girl who's been at the gym and maybe was out at the gym late and was coming back, or
yeah, no, the man who opens the door, older guy, kind of looks like what's his name? The actor that plays Walter White. Bryan Cranston. Yeah.
Bryan Cranston.
So kind of like Bryan Cranston, but at the start of like Bryan Cranston, Malcolm in the Middle.
Yeah.
And in his pajamas. He's like, "What's going on?
I had a problem with my car. I'm so sorry. And then I smelled smoke. Are you all right? I heard
Smoke?
a smoke alarm going off. Can you hear it?
Yeah, you can hear like the beep beep coming from, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And he just like shuts the door, and you hear him run inside. He's going to call the.
He's going to call the fire department.
Yeah.
She's going to take that opportunity while he's a little distracted. Move. What's his face into the trunk of the car she jacked.
Mm-hmm.
And then pick up her own phone and dial 911. What is it, 911 or 999?
It's 911. No, it's 911.
Yeah, dial 911, and she goes, "I'm so sorry. I'm on here, and I stopped to fix my car, and then I smelled smoke, and I'm assuming somebody else is calling, but I wanted to also call I woke them up, or what am I supposed to do here? I don't understand."
Yeah, they like calm down, blah blah blah. But could you make that just for fun? Manipulation performance.
Oh yeah, manipulation performance. It's like I have a specialization in that.
Yeah, I mean your specialization would count.
Mm-hmm. Four successes.
Yeah, look, you go through the motion. It's like your call will be recorded.
Of course,
and will be used in future training sessions with their new hires as to like what to do and all that. Like it's the.
I want this recognized. This is not the phone that's connected to either Flory or Florica. This is the other phone, the burner she has for.
Mm-hmm. So
she
the
carries 3 at all times.
As you drive away from the place,
mm-hmm.
You would see kind of far in your rearview mirror, but the lights,
mm-hmm.
the flashing lights of a fire truck. So no stains for that. You warn them. There's going to be like structural damage, but like no life loss, no. The neighbors won't have anything more than like one person will have like smoke damage in his basement.
Oh yeah, and as she drives away, I should be full disclosure. She didn't wake them up because she cared.
No, but you have to be careful about the collateral damage.
Oh, it wasn't even about collateral damage. For her, as she was driving away, she just kind of smirks and smiles. It's like, it's a lot easier to hide the body when they're not looking for it because he's probably leaving his apartment because it lit on fire. Chaos is a wonderful cover for multiple crimes. As she drives back to McGill, because that's where she's going to park the stolen vehicle, wipe it down in one of the parking decks or parking garages of McGill.
Mm-hmm.
Carry this dude, avoiding cameras and carry him put him in the freezer of the RV. And then just move the RV, or, you know.
And it's on that scene of the RV pulling away from the McGill parking lot that we're going to end tonight's session. Yeah. No kidding. Wait.
I love that line, Scott. Thank you very much. I have to say this officially. Scott says, "I want chaos is a wonderful cover for multiple crimes on a cross stitch to hang in my house." I mean, yes.
By the way, in case I forget, killing Steve incurs one less stain.
Yeah.
Than it would. So you can write that in, because it is, you're doing it specifically for protecting the community that's here. Well, it's mostly if anyone does it. Anyone who decides to be the executioner is the one who would stain their soul.
Yeah.
But it's not as bad in this case because it is in service to the Masquerade and the entire, nascent vampire community. So, how's everyone?
I'm fine. Pope looks concerned.
I don't know why. I mean, I feel like everything's fine. Hope, what is that face? I don't even understand.
There are more threats.
Yeah, the Inquisition's still in town. We figured that was going to be a bitch.
Who found out about Emmanuel?
Because, and also, concerns about that. But that's not Florey's current issue. That's going to be Artie's problem. Florey's going to until Artie decides that Emmanuel needs to be eliminated, and then it becomes Florey's problem. Florey is a very simple person.
Manuel's elimination is something that we can handle through the courts. My problem is the PD. Because the PD is going to make sure that Emmanuel stays safe. I have a feeling, as much as Emmanuel thinks they're going to embrace him with the right encouragement of the justice system, he will find himself in a deep, dark hole. And I am perfectly fine with Emmanuel living out his days in a cell. It's up to him whether it's padded or not.
Unless he gets recruited in the Second Inquisition.
Oh no, we're not going to have that. Don't make me burn this island.
5 days. Independent Montreal lasted 5 days.
I will burn this island.
6 months.
But yes, so this was our penultimate episode for season 1. I'm saying season, but it's just because I'm doing the story arcs. And then we're going to have a kind of a break, a pause between this and the next arc, where each of our wonderful player will undergo a solo session. And now, because of something that happened tonight, I kind of want to have Lucky's session happen in Halifax, but that would mean skipping over, you don't talk about Halifax until that is recorded. Or streamed. But we'll see. Because I thought the possibility was cool.
I won't say what happens in Halifax.
Stays in Halifax.
No one talks about Halifax. The first rule of Halifax is no one talks about Halifax.
Actually, you talk about it more through this game than I've heard in probably all my life. So, and I live in the same country. So
Is it really the same country?
let's not talk about that. But let us go through our players. If you have anything that you want to plug, now's the time. Thank you so much, by the way, everyone who stuck around until midnight for our episode that started with a lot of tech issues and proceeded through kind of okay. Again, we have one bestial failure that might lead to interesting events down the line. There was stuff that I was keeping for tonight because Halloween, it just didn't happen. So next week, I'm hoping to maybe do something. Or I'll add it as a vignette at the very end, like a post-credit scene. So let's do our credits first.
Yes.
Lucky. Please, hello, who are you? Where can we find you? Thank you for coming tonight. And by the way, let's share some love as far as kindred are able to. Some appreciation.
I mean, being a dead corpse, kindred don't feel love, but they remember that it existed, and that these things are important for non-corpses to have.
There is still the possibility of true love.
Yes,
maybe.
True love does exist.
Yep.
But how much of it is obsession? Anyway, so I'm just saying. What? I don't know what Pope's saying over there. So I'm Trooper SJP, and I was playing Lucky, our happy-go-lucky vampire, and I am very excited to be here. There's such a lovely session. It was super intense. I love our vampires. They're awesome. I want to give love to, let's see, Chaos. I meant Flory. Controlled chaos. Targeted chaos. Chaos as a small stiletto dagger that she places where exactly she wants to. When she wants to, just a little like, excuse me, I have a chaos for you. Oh yeah, what is it? And then you're like, oh, just like that. That's exciting. So love for that. Love for some really, but though I think what really made the chaos the best was the athleisure wear. I'm gonna sort of say that was the most, like, when you have death coming for you, I think it should come in the form of athleisure wear, and so I want to give love for that.
Look, I want you to know, players, everyone at home, I want you to know, I sat here and I rolled for this because I had to make a choice. And fuck it, she's invested in Lululemon for a reason.
Turns out she actually owns it. We don't know, but like it might be hers.
She has a number of she has an investment portfolio. It's fine.
I'm a little worried about what's going to happen, and by worried I mean excited by what's going to happen with her knowledge of all of that art, which is going to be somewhere. And I know that some people care about that. I'm very excited to find out how they're going to deal with that. And I want to give love to Pope, who is not currently the anti-Pope yet, but maybe at some point in time will become the Pope of Montreal in some kind of exciting post-Sabbat way. Who knows? But I want to give him this, like, he's got such a really, really cool like worldview, and I want to give love to the mirrors, and the kind of the conversation he had with Flory. I just want to, like, not me personally, because I'm a human being, I think it may not be the best thing to do, but to like have lunch with Artie, but like this, like, like, oh, people who like all those Sabbat that run around killing civilians, they're bad Sabbat. Like the good Sabbat, the old school Sabbat, we're like, we have super much a code, and I was like, interesting. Well, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how long that lasts. There's stains and things to get, and I want to give much love to Simon for social services. You know what I mean? Social services, I take care of that one. Well, I don't care about them. We're gonna probably just murder some people, because that's what you do. You just murder some people,
Yeah, no choice. It's almost like I'm forcing all of you to decide if murder is the best solution all the time.
It's one of my tenants.
It's dirty, you know, it'll stain you. But that's maybe just the only consequence.
I mean, look, it's one of my tenants that I need to murder some people to protect some people. You know, and yeah. You can find me on Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, Trooper SJP, which will be the first session of Traveler Pirates of Draenix. We'll be doing character creation, which famously you can die in, although Mongoose Second Edition, you cannot die, you can just get maimed terribly. And so we're gonna find out if the PCs will become maimed terribly in the course of their life path. So join us for then. And I love this group of people.
Well, thanks for coming. Up next, Flory.
Oh, hey, thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying late, everyone in chat, for hanging out with us. Also, thank you to my players. That was a little longer and more Flory focused at certain points than I expected, but that's okay. I had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed it as well. Also, I do need at least a sticker that says Chaos is a wonderful cover for a multitude of crimes.
For multiple crimes. Yeah.
For multiple crimes. I think I'm going to change it to multitude because it just flows better. I'll workshop it. It'll be a thing.
It feels like something that would be embroidered on a messenger bag.
Yeah. I have an idea. I just have an idea for it. It'll be a thing. I need to talk to an artist friend of mine. Like when you have a design friend, you talk to them. But I loved the conversation between Lucky. I loved both conversations. I love the conversation between Lucky and Artie, focused on like, are you sure we're all gonna die? You said we're gonna die. It's just a thing. It's what's gonna happen, whatever. But I also loved that moment with Lucky and his mortal family. Is just like this connection, because we know as an audience and as players that Lucky is less tied to his humanity than he was, but he's still tied to this concept of family and connection and acting as a protector for this community that I think is really important in a way that I thought balanced really, really well. And I loved Artie's attempt to explain some experiences to Lucky, who hasn't had those experiences, and what everything means. I also always loved playing off of Pope, and it's just like, hey, this is what's gonna happen, and here. And I love every minute of Artie being like, well, I'm preparing. I'm not going to be king of Montreal. There will be no kings of Montreal. He's going to be king of Montreal. It's fine.
I mean, he says he won't, but that's what he's doing. He's maneuvering himself into being the king of Montreal, whether he says he'll do it or not. That's what he's doing.
Thrice Caesar was offered the crown, and thrice doth he refused it. We'll find out if he refuses it the fourth time.
But
that's a future problem.
Who would be Brutus then? Who does Arthur trust enough that could stab Arthur in the back?
Nah, see, that's the thing. He's not Julius Caesar. He's going to be Caesar Augustus, and he's going to live in a very long time. He'll be fine.
The other salad.
It's okay. And then I also love Simon for all of these little morality questions. It's like, you're going to get a stain for murdering this guy. I'm like, yeah, she's not going to care about that. The only reason she's not murdering him here is because then that would leave a mess, and she needs to clean up this mess. She needs other things to happen instead. So that's what that's going to be. But as for me, hey all, you know me. I'm at Deirdre on Twitter, or Praxgorth as Euphoria. As you see me around on Twitch, your friendly neighborhood Prax. And the next time you will see me in a TTRPG will be Sunday, not Saturday, because I've got something to do. So there will not be an Agapia's Fortune this week. I will be back, but I will be on Sunday on my channel, 8 p.m. Eastern, for Witcher Roads Home with all of these people here and I'm in the GM seat and interesting things are occurring underneath the mountain of Mahakam. And I just want you to know that I am greatly enjoying the fact that I am doing something I'd never really considered, but then you realize how much of it is actually in the Witcher games is an actual dungeon crawl. In like most people talk about Witcher TTRPG as the big political and a big fighting monsters in the open kind of thing, and then you think back to Witcher 2, not a lot, don't think about Witcher 2 a lot, but briefly, and then Witcher 1, and then big chunks of Witcher 3, and you're like, no, you spent a shit ton of time underground in ruins trying to find the creepy thing in the dark. So that's what you're doing. And there might be a golden apple, it's fine. But other than that, check where I'm going to be and all the fun, wonderful, fabulous people I get to hang out with, like these fine folks. And I'll see y'all next time.
Thank you for coming. And last but not least, Arthur.
Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Builds, where Pope World Builds, Twitch. I lurk in all your streams. If you want to see more of this little funny face, follow these amazing people because I follow them like a puppy. So if you want to see me, whether it's in chat or on your screens, follow these lovely people and the folks that they're associated with. Because one thing I've learned in this long period of the plague is you need good people in your life, and they're all good people. So, love. Yeah. There is something that is unique to this hobby that you don't really get often in other places. And that is having moments of being vulnerable and being hurt and it being a healthy thing and being a moving thing. And Trooper, hats off to you. You hurt the Zamish. Like, Arthur is smarting after that conversation. Because he has clawed tooth and nail in his mind to not be who he was. But now you've got him thinking, is there any chance, as long as one has this condition, to not be a monster? And that is heavy. Thank you for that. And thank you, Prax, for being strangely enough, like, again, these two older vampires that have had obviously this long-term relationship, and while there's a level of business, there's a level of familiarity there, and being able to just like intuitively build it with you and seeing layer after layer build has been an absolute joy. Like, I want a flashback to a bit of London. I want flashbacks to these moments where things have obviously happened. Because I feel like in certain cities, yeah, it's this sort of tense period action piece, while in others I can see it being more similar to A Fish Called Wanda, but with vampires. So I really want to see that happen. And then Simon, you magnificent bastard, you have weaved this tale with all these different clues and loose ends that are going to cause us no end of suffering. I love you and I hate you. That is the highest compliment I can give a storyteller.
I mean, you've barely scratched the surface, but anyway.
I love you and hate you more. And hey, everybody, love you all. Thank you so much for being here. The story is nothing without its audience. You're much part of this as we are. Take care of yourselves, one another. Thank you for spending your Halloween with us. I know how important this holiday is to so much of us in this little community. And having you here was incredibly special. So thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing you all again real soon.
And before I leave, as I promised last week, and posted earlier today, but today we unveiled the 12 Krynos werewolves, tangentially related to vampires, for Werewolf the Apocalypse Retaliation. I have linked the post in chat if you want to check it out. You can still click the little remind me button on the Kickstarter. There's a link in that post for it. We're almost at 4,000 people interested in my next game. So, well, my next game. My company's next game.
Wait.
People
I
I
have a
work
question
for.
for you.
Yes.
Yeah, the company you work for. But what exactly is your title on this game?
Lead narrative designer. But
So
that's
I would say
unimportant.
that maybe it is your game.
Kind of.
I think it is your game.
I'm just gonna have a lot of shit in it. But that said, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for taking the time, players, on your probably busy schedule to come play with us. Me, I'm using the royal we. I think I'm getting tired. So on that note, I do not think we have anyone to raid at the moment. Thank you so much, by the way, for all the raiders. Thank you to you, chat, for coming. I have to quickly mute my tab. Chat for nope, yeah, that's it. Huh? Magi RPG is up, so let's raid them actually. My good friend. Oh no, I forgot her name for a second.
Beulah.
Oh my god.
Griselda.
No.
Just use the handle for right now.
Tracy. There we go. Tracy, Miss Magitech. So let's just go and rate them. And watch some more RPG tonight if you want to. Otherwise, we'll see you next week. Have a good night, everyone.